losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. It's over to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Water all blood like we trapped in the maze.
Yeah. Clap it up, clap it up. I love that intro, man. I don't know if that intro's ever gonna get old to me, man. Salute to everybody in the building. Clap it up. Let's get it going, man. Boxing talk with your boy Clay. Ray late, or I don't know if Ray's not going to be showing up today, but salute to everybody who was in the building right now. Oh, yeah, everybody talking about it. Everybody talking about it, Ross Clark. Everybody talking about the Edwin De Los Santos, Keyshawn Davis fight. Looks like it's going to get finalized within the next few days. Looks like this is a real thing, and we got to talk about it in a real way now, right? We definitely got to talk about that for sure. And news comes out. Just yesterday, we're talking about Jermell Charlo and how I didn't even want to bring up his name because he needs to do something. And what does he do? I'm trying to tell you, I think some of these fighters are watching the show. But Jermell Charlo definitely put out a post yesterday saying the 154-pound division is mine. He's expected to come back hopefully this summer. We're going to talk about that as well, man. Who runs 154? Does the king come back and take the throne, or does he have a fight ahead of him to go ahead and do that? We know 154 buzzing right now, so we're going to talk about that as well. We're going to break a lot of that down. Raymond Muratalla and Zaru Abdulaev fighting for an IBF interim title, right? We got to talk about this in a serious way about Lomachenko as well. What is he doing? I mean, is Lomachenko going to retire at this point? What is Lomachenko going to do? Is he making his way back to boxing at some point, or is he really finding his way out through the back door, real low key? Like, we'll talk about that for sure. Salute to everybody who's in the building right now. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of a roll call. Shout out to Eastside Easy in the building. Eastside. What's good, man? What's going on out there in the St. Lou, man? Shout out to that grassroots support, man. Always appreciate Eastside Easy when I see him in the building. We got Skills from Nolans in the building. Says, salute to the kings and queens, man, for sure, man. Ross Clark, Mr. Your favorite fighter's a bum. What would the show be without Ross Clark, man? Always looking for this guy in the chat. Always looking for this guy in the chat. Always trying to find Ross Clark in the chat. If I don't see him, I get nervous. I'll be having to, put out the authorities out there to find out where Ross Clark's at, man. Where you at? He's in here today, man. We're going. That's a good sign, man. Good sign, man. Good sign of a good show that we're getting ready to put together. AK Crowder, blessings, brother. Claymore, blessings to you, AK Crowder. Salute to you, family. Grassroots as well, man. Coming from over on that Blue Blood side. Shout out to Blue Blood and everybody who's come over on that side to come and build with the kid early in the morning. My wife, Miss Rain, in the building. There she is. Salute to the queen, Miss Rain, in the building. Hey, babe, you're supposed to be working. What you doing over there? Shout out to Fred Muir in the building. Fred Muir, what is good with you, family? Good to see you. Hope you're in good health, good spirits, and ready to build on some boxing for sure. Salute to you, man. Mr. Big Play Bray, always good to see you in the building. Says, good morning, boxing family. Come in and hit the like button, please. Oh, yeah, definitely. Don't forget to do that. Hit the like button. If you ain't subscribed yet, make sure you do that as well. Bruce Gas Boxing, Jazz and more in the building. Oh, yeah, man. Legitimate historian in the building right there. Bruce Gas coming in to build with the kid, man. I appreciate you, Bruce Gas. Good to see you in the building. Hope you are in good health. You, your beautiful wife, your great family. Hope everybody's in the best of spirits, man. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best for your family, man. Nothing but the best, man. So let's see here if I missed anybody. Carl Brown in the building. Salute. Carl Brown says, I just want to stop by and say, I think it's crazy how Keyshawn fight two bums back to back. Just one of them had a belt, but people saying he beat Edwin De Los Santos, that will make him top dog. We're going to talk about it. We got to talk about 135. We got to talk about Keyshawn Davis at 135. We got to talk about what's happening in 135. And ultimately, I like what you're saying, Carl Brown. Is what Keyshawn Davis is doing, is what Keyshawn Davis is presently doing enough to get him up there to say that maybe we won't say he's the best at 135, because until you fight the best and beat the best, you're not the best. But is he slowly starting to become that guy at 135 is a question, as he seems to be fighting the best fights out there, right? And he's staying pretty busy. Last year, 3 fights. This year on pace. Right now, about to be into his 2nd fight. How many fights is he going to fight this year as far as activity is concerned? And doesn't seem to be turning down any of this. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it, man. Salute, salute, salute. Oh, shout out Knockout Boxing 86 TV in the building. Man, I'm shocked to see you here, brother. Good to see you, man. Hope everything is doing well with you, man. Salute to you, family. It's a good look to have you here, man. Says, just want to stop by and say Edwin last fight was November 2023. He's coming off a loss and a shoulder injury. Y'all rock out, though. Hey, man, we going to talk about it. Edwin hasn't fought in about 500 days, give or take 5 days, right? Hasn't fought. Coming off a so-called injury. We also got to talk. They're going to be fighting in Virginia for this WBO title. We know Virginia has a rehydration clause, so he's also going to be underneath this rehydration clause. What kind of Edwin De Los Santos are we going to get? Think about it. A few months back, maybe a month or a month and a half back, there were rumors of Edwin De Los Santos moving up to 140 pounds to fight Frank Martin. Clearly was getting ready to go up in weight. But listen, when opportunity knocks, you got to answer the door. He'll be fighting at 135 pounds, potentially with a rehydration clause to fight the champion, Keyshawn Davis, in his hometown of Norfolk, Virginia. We got to talk about it, man. What kind of Edwin De Los Santos are we going to get? Heck, what has Edwin De Los Santos been up to for the past 500 days, ladies and gentlemen? Has he been getting ready for the biggest fight of his life, or has he been chilling in the Dominican Republic, sipping in El Presidente, smoking a fat cigar and enjoying his good life in Dominican Republic? We're going to talk about it all, man. We're going to definitely talk about it for sure, man. Salute to you, Knockout. Let's see here. I think we got everybody out the way, man. And I think it's about time for the build, right? I can see him moving like a champ, but he'll have to fight better. Let's talk about the first thing I want to get at, man. Let's get right at it, man. Jermell Charlo posts a training video, declares 154 is... That's what the man says. And listen, I can't disagree with him. It was his. Well, I don't know if I'm going to, maybe I might be disagreeing with him. I don't know. Maybe I might be disagreeing with Jermell Charlo. I don't know. He's been gone for a minute, man. When was the last time he fought? That was Canelo Alvarez. Let's just be accurate with the information. Let's not guesstimate. Saul Alvarez, September 30th, 2023. September to September. That's a year. 24. Yeah, what has it been like about? How many months has it been about? I'm trying to do the math. Somebody help me out here in the chat, man. Do the math with me. Don't make me pull out my calculator, man. I'm looking like that public school education starting to shine its ugly face on me. It's shining its ugly face on me. Let's see. September to September, and then September to September 2025. 24, 25, 2 years going on. It'll be about 2.5 years. 18 months, RC? Are you sure? It's at least 2 years. September 2023 to September 2024. That's a year. September 24 to September 25 is not here yet. You're right, 18 months. 18 months since Jermell Charlo's been inside the ring. All his belts taken from him. He may still be a champion in recess with one of these belts, whether it's a WBC or it's a WBA, but I'm not too sure which one of the belts that he's that he may be a champion recess in. And that's a question that'll have to be answered in due time. But ultimately, trying to make his return back into 154 pounds, I'd say that 154 pounds may have changed a little bit since Jermell Charlo was last there, right? New stars jumping in 154. We got a new unified champion in Sebastian Fundora. We've got a dark horse in the division of Bakram Muratalla in the building, causing a lot of disruption, taking a lot of step-aside money as people don't necessarily seem to be that excited to jump inside the ring with him. Excuse me, while I clean my lens. I had a little, I don't know if I got a little grease on there or something, but, let me clean the lens out here. But we've got young fighters, Virgil Ortiz in the building making noise. We've got young fighters like Xander Zayas trying to make a name for themselves. We got up-and-coming dark horses in the building, potentially like Charles Conwell in the conversation. A lot of fighters at 154, as 154 has become a legitimate hornet's nest in boxing, maybe the most competitive division out there, and Jermell Charlo wants to stake his claim. Now, Terrence Crawford is no longer part of that conversation, as Terrence Crawford clearly is getting himself ready mentally and physically for the biggest challenge of his life, his biggest payday, maybe his biggest legacy fight up to date in Canelo Alvarez in September. But still, the division remains a hornet's nest, and you got to ask yourself, a guy like Jermell Charlo coming off such a long layoff, how does he match up with the top guys at 154 pounds? Now, most people are going to judge Jermell Charlo based on the last good fight he had, right? Because you don't want to judge him off the Canelo Alvarez fight, right? You don't want to judge Jermell Charlo off the Canelo Alvarez fight. We'll accept the fact that he went up and tried to challenge himself, and listen, man, found out there was some limitations to what he can bring to the table at a higher weight class, but at 154 pounds was the king of the whole entire space. He's jumping back into that conversation. If you're going to judge him, what do you judge Jermell Charlo off of? Well, let's take a look at the last time Jermell Charlo competed at 154 pounds. It was against Brian Carlos Castaño. This was in May of 2022, the last time he actually competed. Took a long hiatus between May of 2022 going all the way to September of 2023. That was basically what, 5, 4, 6, another 18, 16 months in between fights right there. When he fought Saul Alvarez, he was nursing I believe a hand injury, right? That he had some surgery done to. He was nursing that, getting physical therapy to that hand, was supposed to come back and I believe fight Bakram to defend, his IBF title, but went ahead and took his shot with Saul Alvarez. So in essence, it's been about 3 years, going on 3 years since he's actually competed at 154 pounds. How did he look against Brian Carlos Castaño, being that this was a rematch based off of an actual split draw that he had with Brian Castaño previously in that fight in 2021. So how has Jermell Charlo looked at 154 from the last time you saw him? And can 3 years, how much can 3 years change for a fighter like Jermell Charlo? How old is Jermell Charlo? Anybody got his age? How old is Jermell, man? Let's check out his age, man. Let's check out his age, man. Let's get a good idea what we're talking about here. It's on the wing, but listen, man, I just want to put some perspective on this here. Jermell Charlo's at 34 years old today, right? We'll be actually in May of this year, we'll be turning 35 years old. So we've also got a little bit age that we're dealing with in this situation with Jermell Charlo. Excuse me. So we've got an older Jermell Charlo, an inactive Jermell Charlo, and a Jermell Charlo who hasn't been in a 154-pound division for about 3 years. I don't know. We don't know what Jermell Charlo's been up to for the past, 18 months or so. We don't know what he's been up to. And by the time he gets into the ring, we don't know what the date's going to be. We may be running into close to like 24 months, right? Close to 2 years that he hasn't been inside the ring. What kind of fighter are we expecting to see in Jermell Charlo? Where is he going to challenge himself? He's got to be at the top of the food chain. The pay is going to be a big reason why I'm sure he's returning as well. I'm not sure if he's coming back on legacy. If he's here for the payday, yes, Bruce Gas Boxing, he's definitely probably here for the payday. Are we going to look at a motivated Jermell Charlo? Or what kind of mentally, where is Jermell Charlo when it comes to boxing? Being that we haven't seen him in almost 2 years, we haven't heard from him. He hasn't done any interviews, no type of real social media interaction. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of Jermell Charlo we're going to see. Me personally, I'm always excited to see great fighters like Jermell and his brother Jermall Charlo make their return to the ring, but always going to question whether these guys are mentally there. Most of the great boxers in the game will tell you that this game is a 70 to 80% mental affair and 20 to 30% physical affair, right? So if Jermell Charlo is not mentally all the way there, well, he might be stepping into the ring with 1 foot already out the game. We got to see what that looks like for him. I can imagine him getting into the conversation of probably competing for a vacated WBA belt, being that Terrence Crawford, I'm sure, is going to go ahead and vacate all his belts. He's already vacated the interim WBO title. The WBA belt I haven't heard about, but can only assume that that's going to get vacated, and maybe we'll see a Jermell Charlo fight against a Yoenis Tellez, right? Yoenis Tellez seems to be the next in line in that WBA conversation. He's holding an interim title right now. Maybe that's a fight we see. Maybe he takes a tune-up. Maybe he runs it with a Jesus Ramos, right? Maybe he puts in work with like a Jesus Ramos, who's just made his return after his hiatus of, taking that loss to Erickson Lubin. He's had 2 fights since then, both fights ending in a stoppage, one fight being at 154 pounds, but he's even mentioned Jermell Charlo's name. And of course, we have the usual suspects in the division. We just got to see what Jermell's going to do and exactly what he plans on bringing to the space as far as legacy. Is he going to be an active fighter at 34 to 30? Well, at 35 years old is probably how old he'll be by the time he gets in the ring, more than likely, right? Probably be at 35 years old. He has to kind of like take the fast track at this point, right? Maybe a tune-up fight, but pretty much after that one tune-up, let's get back into the rhythm of things fight. Boom, he has to hit the ground running, and he's dealing with some real contenders up there, real champions. You got Sebastian Fundora. We've seen what he's been doing. Jermell Charlo comes in standing at approximately what is Jermell standing at, about 6 foot even, right? Dealing with a very motivated Sebastian Fundora who wants to unify, doesn't want to give up any of his titles. He stated that he's honoring and fighting all mandatories. He's not turning away any smoke. This is what Jermell Charlo's walked into, right? Also dealing with a hungry Virgil Ortiz, who's been on a great run, right? Had a very competitive fight with Serhii Bohachuk, but looks like that fight evolved him and made him a better fighter. We saw how he competed with Madrimov, tested his conditioning and beat Madrimov in a way that even Terrence Crawford wasn't able to beat Madrimov. He's an interim WBC title holder right now, and looks like he's going to be looking to challenge for a championship as well. So we got to see what Jermell's going to do. I'm interested. I know the people in the building's interested. I know Everything Boxing was here yesterday talking about it, saying, what about Jermell at 154? And I shot it down, right? I shot it down and I said, I don't want to talk about Jermell Charlo. If he ain't going to say nothing, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of all the rumors and speculations, and you're getting me going. You get me thinking, man, there's a fight coming and we don't hear nothing from him. Errol did the same thing to us for a year. And Jermell, I'm telling you, they might be watching the show. Seems like he responded promptly and got on top of it. We'll see and watch as the news develops on that and see what Jermell's going to do. I saw the workout tape. He looks like he's in great shape. I mean, I don't know if he's just started his workouts or if he's been in the gym the whole time. We'll find out soon enough. So let's get to the topic that's really at hand right now. Let's get into the 135-pound division. Who really will be the face? Who will really be the face of 135 pounds? This conversation is coming up. A lot of people are talking about Keyshawn Davis, how he's moving right now, fighting in Edwin De Los Santos, having a common opponent with his brother in arms in Shakur Stevenson. Last time Shakur Stevenson fought Edwin De Los Santos, or one fight he had with Edwin De Los Santos, stunk the place up, right? One of the worst fights as far as punch outputs that you've seen in the longest time. And really one of the main fights that put Shakur Stevenson in that category as a pillow-fisted, boring fighter that nobody wants to see. Shakur has never rematched Edwin De Los Santos, but here is Keyshawn Davis saying, I'll be your Huckleberry, giving Edwin De Los Santos an opportunity at a 135-pound WBO title right now, as it seems like they've been talking for a while. Edwin De Los Santos was in conversations with Frank Martin. They were trying to coordinate a 140-pound fight with Frank Martin at I think in the summertime was what the rumor was, but you got to ask yourself what's kind of going on. The PBC hasn't necessarily been very active in putting their fighters in fights, right? You're not hearing about it. And you got to imagine Edwin De Los Santos waiting on that contract to come, knowing it very well may not come. I mean, look what happened with Sebastian Fundora, right? Waiting for an Errol Spence contract to come across his table, end up sitting outside the ring for well over a year, ended up having to take a Chordell Booker fight just to get back into the game and, get in a position to go ahead and honor his mandatories. So Edwin De Los Santos puts out a tweet or something on Instagram responding to Keyshawn Davis saying, hey, Camp, you said that me and you were going to fight. What's going on? Keyshawn Davis turning away no smoke, says he's going to take Edwin De Los Santos. Now people are speaking about Edwin De Los Santos being a milestone for Keyshawn Davis. If Keyshawn Davis is able to stop Edwin De Los Santos or dominate him, they're literally talking about putting him at the top of the list as far as who is the best at 135 pounds. I don't know if that's what I subscribe to, if I'm ready to say that Keyshawn Davis is the best at 135 pounds based on a fight that he's going to have with Edwin De Los Santos, right? But I'll say this, though. As far as must-see boxing is concerned, as far as if you were going to put your finger on the needle of a fighter at 135 pounds specifically that is giving you the best shows, the best performances right now at this moment, I think Keyshawn Davis is definitely in that conversation. And yes, even with Tank Davis in that division, the performance we saw from Tank Davis with Lamont Roach was here for Tank Davis. A great fight, competitive fight. But once again, not a fight that the fans were asking for. Keyshawn Davis looking to move the needle and give the fans fights that they're looking to see, fights that he has the power to put forward and make happen. And he seems like he's taking no shorts, no easy fights. From the beginning of last year to where we are this year right now, him jumping into a fight with Edwin De Los Santos is must-see boxing. I think a lot of fight fans would have to agree with that. So is Keyshawn Davis going to go ahead and move himself into that conversation? He continues to make moves that is going to separate himself from the rest of the pack at 135 pounds. And yes, even Shakur Stevenson, his brother, who right now, although people want to say he's a boring fighter or whatever they may say, even though he's coming off of a stoppage of Josh Padley, right now still seems to hold that title as the number 235 pounder in the division, maybe even the number 1 spot. Obviously, him going back and forth as far as with Tank Davis, whatever your personal view or perception is of who the best fighter is. But as far as the top dog and the top draw and the most anticipated want-to-see, must-see boxer at 135 pounds, I still think presently it sits with Gervonta Tank Davis. But can that change over? Is Keyshawn Davis slowly but surely just becoming that guy who you want to see at 135 pounds more than anybody else? And how's that pressure going to manifest on Gervonta Tank Davis? Now, supposedly Gervonta Tank Davis should be completely focused on 2 things right now and 2 things only. Number 1, it's the month of Ramadan. So I'm sure he's fasting, meditating, tuning out all toxic energy and staying focused on being the best person he can be. Ramadan should be over with come around Sunday or Monday. You know what I'm saying? Ramadan Kareem to Gervonta Tank Davis, by the way, should be done by Sunday, Monday. He should be back in regular energy and should be focusing all his energy on Lamont Roach for a supposed June clash, for a rematch actually with Lamont Roach, right? So he's not going to be focused on Keyshawn or Shakur right now. He's going to go ahead and probably, or he should at least be probably focused on Lamont Roach. But what is Keyshawn Davis doing? He's staying busy and trying to make the biggest fights he can possibly put together at 135 pounds. And I think Edwin De Los Santos is a good chess move. A definite good chess move. Let me see what we got going on in the chat here. Shout out to Sonny Augustine in the building. Let's see here. Let me see. Tank ain't fast and trust me. Ross Scott said Tank ain't fast and trust me. Man, listen, man, I don't know what Tank is doing. You know, I'm not going to pass any judgment on him. You know what I'm saying? He's an Aki. You know what I'm saying? I hope that that he is fasting. He's taking advantage of this month to clear his mind up and continue to be on the journey he said he wanted to be on, which is he wanted to become a better man, right? Although he might not be seeking therapy in the traditional sense, Ramadan is a great month to go ahead and get your mind together. So let's see what he does. Oh yeah, by the way, let me go ahead and show some love to hold on here. Bear with me. What's going on here? Is this not working? Let's see here. There we go. Boom. Show some love there. Boom. Show some love there. What is going on here? Anyway, shout out to Skills from New Orleans, putting some color in the chat. Skills from New Orleans, salute to you, family. Puts the $5 high on the building, says salute at the highest level, man. Salute to you, family. Thank you for the support. Guys, don't forget to hit your like buttons. If you are in the building, subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. And yeah, feel free to do and follow suit with Skills from New Orleans, man. Feel free to put some color in the chat and support the content, man. The channel appreciates it, man. Let me see what we got going on in the chat right here. I'm moving so fast, lightning fast here, and I'm not reading what's going on here. Let's just stay in the lane. MC Carl Brown, you're welcome. Miss Rain Claymore is my homeboy, but he don't know it yet. No doubt, Carl Brown. Let me see here. What did you ask? Let me see. Ross Cott says Derek James is one of the worst. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. The greats can come back. Let me see. Bruce Gas Boxing says the greats can come back after much inactivity. We'll see if Charlo can. 100%, Bruce Gas. He definitely can do it. But I think mentally he's going to have to be there, right? He has to mentally be vested into this sport. They say it all the time. You don't play boxing. I know a lot of these fighters are money driven. Probably most of them are. But when you get inside that ring, it's not about the money anymore, right? Once you get inside those ropes, the money's already secured, negotiated. You know how much money you need to get. Now you need to protect yourself at all times. You need to be in the right mind state to compete at the highest level against some of the most dangerous fighters who can legitimately take your life, hit you with something and change your whole entire life, have you walking funny, talking funny, and seeing funny for the rest of your life. So I'm hoping that Jermell Charlo mentally is here, present, invested into his legacy when he gets into that ring. Let's see. Bruce Gas says Charlo is a WBC champion. That means he can get a Charlo shot whenever he asks. So that's what it is, Bruce Gas. He's an actual champion in recess with the WBC, which means he can put himself right in the conversation with Sebastian Fundora. He definitely can do that, but will he do that? Should he do that? I mean, look at Sebastian Fundora. I questioned it even when Errol Spence was in conversations of getting in the ring with Sebastian Fundora. I didn't like the look of it. You know, Spence doesn't like to do tune-ups. I'm assuming Jermell Charlo is going to he's going to do a tune-up. I mean, the reason I'm going to say that is based on how I saw him fight against Canelo. He seems like the kind of fighter who's not just going to willingly put himself in the worst in the worst space, right? And he's not going to put himself inside the crosshairs of danger unnecessarily. I don't think he's going to fight he's going to activate and try to fight for that title, probably hope and wait and sit back a little bit, get himself a stay busy fight, and hope that maybe a Xander Zayas can dethrone him, or, you know, maybe a Bakram or unification, maybe let them kind of figure it out. But in the meantime, can be active, still fighting some big fights that are going to give him some big money, maybe fighting a Virgil Ortiz when Virgil Ortiz gets back from his hand surgery. He has a lot of options, right? A lot of people are looking for him. Shout out to B4 Champ in the building. My guy, Mill City in the building. Shout out to Mill City in the building, man. Bruce Gasbox is saying champion in recess for sure. Exactly. What's Carl Brown saying? Carl Brown says, I'm telling people right now, when Jermell Charlo's come back and get that tune-up out the way, mark my words, he will take back what he worked hard for. And listen, that makes for great boxing for the fans of boxing, right? We all want to see something like that because it's definitely going to be a journey. It's going to be a mission. And listen, man, this might be the toughest 154-pound division we've had in the longest time. Tougher than what he had when he was in there fighting Brian Castano and fighting the Erickson Lubins and all those fighters. Erickson Lubin's a complete different fighter now, way more experienced, way more poised, way more disciplined, way more cerebral fighter than he was when he last fought Jermell Charlo. You've got Charles Conwell, I believe one of the biggest dark horses in the division that nobody's talking about, waiting for an opportunity to get a fight. You got Serhii Barchuk, who's made himself a legitimate name in that division, competing, giving Virgil Ortiz him and Virgil Ortiz having fight of the year last year. And even in the fight he just recently had, I can't remember the UK's fighter's name right now. It's crazy that it's left my mind, but another fight of the year candidate fight where he dominated, showing and proving that he's supposed to be in the conversation. Of course, you have a plethora, I'm gonna use that big word, of fighters, right? That Jermell Charlo can get in the mix of. I do think it's kind of tragic and unfortunate that we don't get to see Jermell Charlo and Terrence Crawford potentially run it. But, you know, Terrence Crawford is on to bigger and better things, greener pasture. So we'll see what's going to happen here. Ross Scott says Charlo won't even make 154 comfortable. He's food for these guys, along with that horrible trainer he got. Who's he working with? Who is Jermell working with right now? I know that one of them was Guzman, right? Guzman was definitely one of his trainers, but, you know, Derek James, I thought, was the other trainer for a while there. You got to assume that, is he still with Derek James? We also got to see how that's going to work out, right? Is he still working with with Derek James as well? We got to find out. Let me see here. Brian Castano. Bruce Gas Boxer said Brian Castano, the biggest name on Canelo's record, and he ain't nothing special. You mean on Charlo's record? On Charlo's record, right? On Jermell Charlo's record. He hasn't done much after that fight, right? Brian Castano hasn't done much at 154 at all. I don't even know what he's been up to be honest with you, or where he's ranked at. Been a very inactive or at least insignificant fighter at 154. When you talk about the pool of fighters there right now, Brian Castano doesn't ring the bell as somebody who you must be fighting right now. So it is what it is, right? Mr. Big Play said, damn, I can't put it all on Derek. And EJ said Derek would try and show him new stuff. And EJ said, I don't want to learn anything new. Hey, man, hard-headed fighters, right? hard-headed fighter. So let's keep it moving and continue to speak about Keyshawn Davis and what he's doing right now. I think this is a big move, guys, that he's making. Fighting Edwin De Los Santos is a beautiful fight. If he's able to dominate and stop Edwin De Los Santos, guys, I'm not going to lie to you, man. It's going to be hard. It's going to become more difficult for Gervonta Tank Davis to escape Keyshawn Davis. At some point, I'm assuming that this is going to continue to build up Keyshawn Davis's brand. Here he has another fight in his hometown of Norfolk, Virginia. I'm going to assume this fight's going to happen back in the Scope Arena. The city supports Keyshawn Davis. If he's able to dominate Edwin De Los Santos in his city, he's going to build up his market value and going to become a fight that everybody's going to continue to push and ask for between Gervonta Tank Davis and Keyshawn Davis. Davis versus Davis. We got to see how Davis is going to deal with it, as rumors is that he was entertaining fighting a Jake Paul. You combine him entertaining fighting a Jake Paul and him talking about retirement, it's hard to not say that Gervonta Tank Davis is not operating with 1 foot out of the game right now. And that's such a dangerous place to be in, especially in front of a puncher, boxer, cerebral, high IQ fighter like Keyshawn Davis. Somebody who's already big for the division and planning on going to 140 sooner rather than later. Does Tank Davis do his best to stay out of the ring with Keyshawn Davis, and how does that reflect on Tank Davis's career or his legacy to not fought a Keyshawn Davis or not fight the biggest fights in his division? This will always be a question. Time will tell that best, or if he actually fights these fights, then we won't have to wait to see how the community responds or reacts to it years down the line, right? Let me see what's going on in here right now. We've got right-handed downtown Brooklyn in the building. Salute, family. Let's see here. Carl Brown says Brian Castano is not the best fighter on Jamal Charles' record. To be real, I think a lot of people would beat him. Real talk. So who is the biggest name on Jamal Charlo's record then? If it's not Brian Castano, I have no problem with it not being him, but who would it be if it's not him? Shout out to Big Sarge in the building. RC, salute to you, King. Says he gonna get Tim first. Is he? Is that the next fight? Is it Tim Zoo? I don't know if that's a fight. I'm not gonna lie to you. Maybe him and Tim Zoo were supposed to run it before, but Tim's kind of like trying to build his whole entire brand back up. He's got a fight coming up against Joe Spence in April, coming up next month, April 26th, I believe. He has that fight coming up and supposedly aligning himself to fight against a Keith Thurman, who's just coming off a nice stoppage victory as well. Maybe he fights Keith Thurman. I don't know. Maybe he fights Keith Thurman and uses that as a tune-up fight. I don't know, guys. I really don't know. Let me see here. Ross Scott says Charlo is no threat at 154. He's going to have trouble making weight, and he's going to be weak from it. I mean, that's another question as well. This guy's just coming off of fighting Canelo Alvarez at 168 pounds. How's he dealing? He's getting older. The metabolism changes. Has he been active in the gym? Is he going to be who is Jermell Charlo going to be when he returns, guys? I mean, we can sit here and just say that he's going to be this and he's going to be that, and you're going to base that based off of a lot of what you've seen Jermell Charlo do years ago, 3 years ago, what you saw him do against Brian Castano. What he did against Canelo Alvarez was nothing less of a horrible performance against Canelo Alvarez. Really showed nothing, and then went ahead and took a 2-year hiatus, or going on 2-year hiatus since that time. So who is he going to be? Who's Jermell going to be? Who's Errol going to be? Who are a lot of these fighters who have not been active under the PBC roster, has not been out here competing at the highest level? Who are these guys going to be when you see them return? Who's Jermall Charlo going to be? Although he fought probably more recently out of the trio, he fought Jose Benavidez Jr. About a year back and had a great performance, by the way. You know what I'm saying? I thought looked good before to add a catch weight. Who's he going to be, and what is he going to look like at 168 pounds? So many questions, right? Only the fights will let us know what's actually going on with these fighters. But does Keyshawn Davis continue to separate himself? And at the end of the day, who is Keyshawn Davis going to be? Self-proclaimed, even though his brother's in the division, Keyshawn Davis says he's number one at 135. He puts Shakur at number 2. That's his brother. But these guys never plan on fighting each other, right? But still, Keyshawn clearly making it clear, brother or no brother, he has no doubt in his mind who he is in that division, and he's the number one guy in the division. And one thing's for sure is he's willing to stand on that and fight anybody who has a dispute with him about it. As far as the 135-pound guys in the division, maybe even Shakur. If Shakur were to say, listen, man, stop talking crazy, you ain't number one, maybe that would motivate him. Who knows, right? But he still stands fast and says him and Shakur will never fight each other. We got to see what's going to happen. But it is what it is. As I stated earlier, Edwin De Los Santos on an interview with Mill City, my brother from another mother, with those exclusive interviews, got Edwin De Los Santos to speak on it and said, listen, man, we're expecting the paperwork within the next day or two, and we have all intentions on accepting the offer. We're going to accept the offer, and it looks like the date's going to be June 7th in Norfolk, Virginia. I'm not sure if it's going to be at Scope Arena. I want to assume that that's where it's going to be, being that's where he had his fight last time. This fight would definitely be a bigger fight, in my opinion, than the fight he had with Gustavo Lemos. Now that he'd be defending his title for the first time, I'm expecting a big turnout for that fight. And I'm also expecting a very motivated, dialed-in Keyshawn Davis in this fight as well. One thing about Keyshawn Davis is he's shown his ability to keep his poise together, keep his mind focused when he's inside that ring. When it comes to the boxing match, Bomac and the people around Keyshawn Davis, like Bomac, like Terrence Crawford, like Shakur Stevenson, have always been able to tell him the right thing because he's always able to be dialed in. He keeps his mother close. He works inside of the safety and ice insulated inside the safety of his family, his two brothers, his mother, his sisters, his coach in Bomac, Terrence Crawford. He has a real serious team around him. So I'm expecting him to bring the best version of himself. And very similar to like what, let's say, a Boots Ennis would say about stepping up and getting up for the biggest fights. That's what motivates him. Keyshawn Davis seems to have the same thing going on with him. He seems to be motivated by fighting the best fighters that are out there. He wants to smoke. That's what I think we're going to see in Keyshawn Davis when it comes to June 7th. The big question and the big X factor is going to be, who is De Los Santos going to be? This guy hasn't been active. I don't know what he's been doing in his off time. And he was rumored to be getting ready to fight at 140 pounds. So how does this guy look coming back to 135 pounds to fight for a belt? Granted, that sounds great. You know, I mean, he's fighting for a belt, but for that WBO title and in Virginia, there is a rehydration clause that Edwin De Los Santos is going to have to deal with. So what kind of fighter physically are we going to see? And is he going to be mentally strong enough to bite down, show his grit, and whatever he's able to muster up be enough to take out one of the best things since sliced bread at 135 pounds in Keyshawn Davis, right? We got to see what we're dealing with. Seems like a lot of people are in here on the Charlo train, man. Maybe we need to get back on speaking on Charlo, right? Everybody seems to be really, really motivated and wanting to see what this Charlo situation is going to turn into. And I'm seeing a lot of people talking about what's happened with, as far as Terrence Crawford, conveniently waiting on Terrence Crawford to go fight Canelo Alvarez. I don't subscribe to that. I don't think Jermell Charlo waited on Terrence Crawford to go and fight Canelo Alvarez. I'll be honest with you to tell you this, that Terrence has been saying he didn't even want to fight Jermell Charlo, that he was looking at fighting Canelo Alvarez, and hasn't fought anybody at 154 except for Madrimov. The only fight that seemed like it was potentially in the air of happening was the fight between him and Sebastian Fundora, or maybe him and Bakram Muratalla, being that there were the title holders in that division, and that got Terrence Crawford closer to being maybe a three-weight class undisputed champion if he could become undisputed at 154, keeping in mind if the Canelo Alvarez fight wasn't able to come full circle, right? So I don't think Jermell Charlo moved into 154 when he found out Terrence Crawford secured a fight with Canelo Alvarez for September. And keep in mind that fight, we don't know. That fight hasn't been penned out or contracted yet. We got Canelo Alvarez getting ready to fight William Skull on May 2nd. So all depending on how that fight goes, right, tells a story as to whether or not we can see Terrence Crawford fighting against Canelo Alvarez in September. So we got to be patient here. One thing with Turkey, he likes to go ahead and put his eggs, you know, he puts his eggs in one basket at times, or puts the puts the carriage in front of the horse instead of the other way around, as he lets fighters know what their fights are going to be before they even win the fights that they're presently involved in. Shout out to Freedom March supporting the channel today, man. I appreciate you, Freedom. Salute to you, family, putting that $5 in the building, man. Much respected, and we'll go to good use to keep the channel going. I appreciate you, family. Thank you, man. Let's see what's going on down here in the chat, right? What's going on down here in the chat? Keyshawn told Edwin he not Shakur. Shakur need to wake up. Right-handed, listen, man. And that's another thing, right? Shakur Stevenson seems to be kind of losing his, oh man, without a doubt, no matter how Shakur and Keyshawn wants to play the game of being brothers, they're in the same division. And even if they're not doing it themselves, the more Keyshawn strives to be the fighter that he wants to be that number one guy, there's only one number one, right? There's not two number ones. Very much like the Highlander, there can only be one, right? There can only be one, man. And at the end of the day, it will come down. And it seems like presently, right now, at this moment, it is coming down to Shakur Stevenson and Keyshawn Davis in that division. And Tank can sit back and kind of kick back and do his own thing. He's already certified himself in multiple ways, as far as being a draw, as far as being a star, as far as being somebody who might not necessarily need to fight any of these guys, being that he's a prize fighter. He's prize driven. He's all about his money. Seems like his money's coming in right? So that number two spot, or, arguable number one spot, if you want to go back and forth with Tank Davis, is sitting here presently at the moment between Shakur Stevenson and Keyshawn Davis. Now, until one of these guys make a move and go to another division, if Keyshawn plans on going to 140, until he does something like that, listen, man, they're going to continue to pin Keyshawn up against Shakur Stevenson. And right now, Keyshawn is, in my personal opinion, the more sought after fighter. People want to see Keyshawn fight right now. And if he's not there yet, he's getting ready to be. You want to see Shakur fight, but who do you want to see Shakur fight? You want to see him fight Tank Davis, right? And he has the hand injury, right? So he's not able to give the show per se that he could give if his hands were 100%. You got Keyshawn Davis stopping everybody. He's looking like a little Terrence Crawford in that ring. What is Keyshawn gonna do that's not going to make it look like he's stepping on his brother when it comes down to it? These questions are going to continue to come up. Keyshawn's going to continue to answer him and saying that he's number one. And Shakur seems like he's going to continue to have difficulties making the biggest fights in space right now, right? We got to see exactly how their relationship weathers the storm. But Keyshawn Davis is definitely on a one-way trip to the top of the game right now, whether it's at 135 or at 140. Let me see here what we got going on in the chat. Yeah, he will be good if he did. Let's see here. Carl Brown, DG Charlo said was emasculated by Canelo. If the bum was serious about boxing, he'd be chasing Janabek. Ooh, okay. I like that, man. See him at 160. Maybe that's another thing that might happen at the end of this fight. Maybe what we're going to end up finding out is Jamel needs to go to 160, right? We got to see how he acclimates to 154 and how he deals with the division, how he's cutting that weight, right? We got to pay attention to all the moving parts in this conversation. All the intangibles are going to make a difference here when we're talking about a return. From a hiatus like that, everything moves. Bruce Gass says Keyshawn fighting De Los Santos on June 7th. Right, that is the date. That is definitely a date. Well, let's continue moving. That's what we hear so far as the news is saying. Keyshawn Davis, Edwin De Los Santos, June 7th in Virginia. Let's see how that turns out. Let's see the Edwin De Los Santos we see make his return. Keyshawn Davis, look, staying busy, making the biggest fights he can for the fans. The fans are embracing it. That's always a good thing. And let's see if he's able to capitalize on it. That being said, we can stay in the 135-pound division right now as Raymond Muratalla versus Zawar Abdulaev for an interim 135-pound IBF title is going to be on the line. Whose title is it? Whose title is it at the end of the day? Well, it's Mr. Lomachenko. Seems to be heading into retirement or going to at least be a champion in recess. Lomachenko's up in age, guys. How long can he sit here and play this game of being a champion in recess before it comes down to Lomachenko having to go ahead and keep it real with himself that he may be done with boxing, right? Let's see how old Vasily Lomachenko is. Is his age here? 37 years old. Ladies and gentlemen, 37 years old. Vasily Lomachenko is at this point in time. Athleticism, always the first thing to go with these aging fighters. Strength, the last thing to go. He's never really been known as the puncher's puncher. He's punched his way out of some situations and stopped some fighters before, but for the most part, known for his IQ and his pedigree and his boxing abilities in the ring. He's suffering from back issues, is what the rumor is. Unable to compete at the highest level. Walked away from a negotiation with Gervonta Tank Davis. That was going to be a Ain't a big fight for him, but had to keep it real with himself, spending time with his family, dealing with his doctor, and constantly juggling. Anytime you hear Bob Arum or any of those guys talking about it, juggling as to when he's going to return and letting it be known that he's dealing with some back issues. Is it time for Vasily Lomachenko to go ahead and cash out and just go ahead and retire from the game? You know, I mean, at this point, what's it going to be, right? Needless to say, they're moving forward. Top Rank puts Raymond Muratalla in position to go ahead and fight Zaur Abdulaev, a Russian fighter who has a decent record, a decent fighter, to be honest with you. They'll be fighting for that IBF title, for that interim title. That puts him in the conversation of either fighting Lomachenko when he gets back or even fighting one of the other champions of the division possibly, right? So 135 is getting interesting. 135 is definitely getting interesting. Let's go ahead back in the chat here and see what's going on here. I'm trying to keep up with you guys. Salute to Crypto Chris in the building. No doubt. Carl Brown says, I heard Frank Martin will be back in May. I don't know the date, though. Well, we know that he's supposed to be back in the summertime, and that supposedly the fight was going to be against Edwin De Los Santos. Shout out to my co-host yesterday who was in the building and stated that he was interested in seeing Frank Martin maybe fighting Isak Pitbull Cruz at 140 pounds. I thought that'd be a great fight for him. Isak is a small guy. He's going ahead to acclimate to the 140-pound division. Come forward guy. Exciting fight. You know, getting Frank Martin's in front of a crazy Mexican fan base, right? That supports Isak Pitbull Cruz and potentially putting on fight of the year quality skills that day in front of Isak Cruz. So I don't know who he'd be fighting, but I'm hearing the same thing, Carl. The rumor was that he was going to be out there in May. Supposedly, I even heard a rumor that Errol Spence was supposed to come back during the summer and that maybe Frank would be on the undercard of an Errol Spence card. So who knows, right? When we talk about speculation and what's going on in the space, we could do it all day long. But until the paperwork is actually done, what are we talking about? Let me see. The Cardenas says Loma should have one more big fight or retire. He can retire to where people would still say he was a great fighter. For sure. Loma will definitely go to Hall of Fame, in my opinion. I think he is a great fighter. But at 37 years old, it's now or never. It's barbecue or mildew, right? Ish on the pot, ish or get off the pot, right? Time for Lomachenko. It is what it is. Shout out to Right-Handed Downtown Brooklyn. Puts some color in the chat. I appreciate you, family. Says, preach Clay 100%. I grew up with Cello, Edwin, head trainer. We from the same hood in Red Hook, Brooklyn. No doubt. Shout out to Cello too as well. Shout out to Cello, man. Thanks for the support, man. I appreciate it. Guys, don't forget, hit the like button and for sure, you know, take a moment to go ahead and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it yet. We got 41, 42 people in the building, 34 likes. Let's get those likes matching up how many people are in the building right now, right? So let's continue to move forward here. That's what it looks like is happening at 135. We got Raymond Muratalla and Zaur Abdulaev. They're going to be fighting on the upcoming Emmanuel Navarrete card, where he'll be defending his title as well, his WBO 130-pound title. And it looks like Raymond Muratalla and Zaur Abdulaev will be co-main eventing that event. So we'll see how that turns out. What's going on here, Carl? Yo, it's crazy that Loma don't even have 20 fights yet, but people call from the eye test, but he lost his biggest fight. So how great is he? It's a good statement, man. You know, one thing about Lomachenko is Lomachenko challenged himself in a weight class that he probably shouldn't, you know, didn't need to be in, right? He put himself at 135 pounds, always a small guy in there, really a guy who probably should have stayed at 130 and really just took that division and defended his titles or even, you know, put himself in a position to even fight a monster anyway at some point in time if he had to go down to 126. I don't know. All the things that Vasily Lomachenko could have done versus what he chose to do. But yet, like you said, the eye test has always said and shown us that Vasily Lomachenko is one of those guys, man. He's a great fighter, man. I feel you on the great word, right? Maybe we'll take that as food for thought. Is Vasily Lomachenko a great fighter? I feel like he is. I'm not going to lie to you, Carl. I feel like he is, but I see where you're coming from. Not that many fights, not over 20 fights. And, you know, lost the big test, right? Lost against Teofimo Lopez, lost against Devin Haney. I don't know, food for thought, Carl. I hear what you're saying, man. I definitely hear where you're coming from, man. Let's see. He says facts. I was just about to say that he should have stayed at 130. Yeah, he's one of those fighters who's kind of challenged himself all the time, but we'll see what happens with Vasily Lomachenko. Bubba's boxing, man. Salute to Bubba's boxing in the building. Said Loma lost against someone that shouldn't have been in the division. Both them guys have. Okay, I guess so. Carl, he has exactly Cardenas, 500 plus amateur fights. Those Eastern Europeans do that. He's a fighter who's accomplished a lot in his own right, man. You know what I'm saying? Maybe not the traditional way as far as in his pro career, but as far as a boxer is concerned, always passed the highest odd test and always competed at the highest level he can, right? And never been stopped, things of that nature. Let's see here, man. Yeah, man. R. Stokes says, Carbon, I feel you, bro, but Loma did fight some good fights and names. Yeah, he did. Yeah. Shakur and Loma was better at 130, possibly. Dragonfly Jones, salute to you, family. What's good with you, man? Says salute to Claymore Rain and the ATP Combat family, man, for sure, man. We shouldn't call these athletes great until they retire. Until they're retired, they're still paying. They're still painting their portrait. I like that, Mr. Big Play, bro. I can rock with that. I definitely could write with that, man. Let's see here. The Cardenas says Pernell Whitaker said he had over 500 amateur fights. That's why he got big fights early. For sure, man. Let's continue to move the needle, man. Here's a point of that I wanted to bring up here, and I wanted to speak on this here. I see a lot of people talking about Devin Haney right now. Devin Haney has a lot of pressure on him, without a doubt, right now, coming off that loss with Ryan Garcia in the way he lost. And this fight with Jose Ramirez, obviously a fight that's also put him in position to get that rematch against Ryan Garcia. But what happens if Devin Haney loses this fight against Jose Ramirez? What exactly are we looking at for Devin Haney's legacy in his career? Bill Haney came out the other day and said, black fighters have got to win and Mexican fighters just have to fight. I kind of understand where he's coming from, right? With that whole entire outlook on how the space may look at black fighters and compared to Mexican fighters. But the question is, if Devin Haney loses against Jose Ramirez in a catchweight fight, where does that put his career? How do we look at Devin Haney? Was Devin Haney a hype job? Was he not who he thought he was? Does he get exposed if he loses against Jose Ramirez? I think that's a question that the fans have to answer. I think the space will answer that. God forbid he would lose that fight. We'd have to see how they deal with him. I can tell you right now, it doesn't look promising if he loses his fight against Jose Ramirez. He's going to have to show a lot of grit to be able to stay in the game and earn his way back into that conversation, which will probably take multiple fights and him getting a championship and really showing a different change of pace and pedigree in his game. I don't know, man. Devin Haney has to win this fight off the strength of making this fight happen with Ryan Garcia. But what does it do to his career if he loses this fight? Is it all over for Devin? Has Bill Haney talked Devin into a position to where he can't afford to lose? And I think that's a good argument to put out there because Bill Haney did great things for his son. But at the end of the day, those great things came via a lot of trolling to the space. And a lot of people have been waiting on the downfall of Devin Haney. And if Devin Haney were to go ahead and lose his fight against Jose Ramirez, I mean, he would legitimately take a big step back in his career without a doubt. As to whether or not his career is over or not, that's always going to be an extreme statement because that's going to be based on Devin and whether or not he stops fighting or not. But does Devin take the worst, have to do the biggest comeback in the world if he takes his loss against Jose Ramirez? And also a back-to-back loss, being that he just lost to Ryan Garcia. And I understand Ryan Garcia cheated. It got taken off his record. He still shows up as an undefeated fighter. But I think fans in general kind of come together and have an understanding of what they saw that night with Ryan Garcia in that ring. PEDs or no PEDs, right? It is what it is. Shout out to Tommy Jr. in the building. Tommy Jr. says Devin is a good boxer. He just need a real trainer on his side. That may be that very well may be it, right? Having that a legitimate trainer, not just your father trainer in Bill Haney, who hasn't trained anybody else or taken anybody else to any championships. it is kind of diabolical to kind of continue to see that. There needs to be some consistency in what he's doing in his training camp. I don't know if Bill Haney's checking those boxes. They've always seemed to be open to bringing in number 2 other trainers, but Bill Haney's never moved out the way completely, I think. But we'll see what happens, right? We'll see what happens on May 1st. I think it's going to be interesting to kind of watch this. This is going to be one of the biggest fights to watch on that card because everybody's going to want to know who Devin Haney is right now, mentally, physically. Who is Devin Haney, and what kind of Devin Haney or is it going to be the old Devin Haney, the Devin Haney before Ryan Garcia, or new and improved Devin Haney that's able to compete at the highest level? Let's see what happens. Let's continue to move the needle. Jake Paul calls out Anthony Joshua. Jake Paul seems to be in desperate need of a very, very big fight. And you have to ask yourself, why, Jake? Why are you in such desperate need that you're getting ready to call out Anthony Joshua, who, whatever you want to call it out and say about Anthony Joshua, a 2-time unified champion in the heavyweight division, one of the hardest punchers in the division. What does Jake Paul need, and why is he pushing for these big fights? I think personally, if you want my opinion on it, and I'm assuming you do, you're here on the show, I think Jake Paul has a lot riding on this Netflix deal. I think his stable has a lot riding on Jake Paul's ability to give Netflix what they really want, which is Jake Paul in the biggest fights. And that's what's driving the force of driving the negotiations with Netflix and Jake Paul. That's why he was so mad about what happened with Canelo Alvarez and him losing Canelo Alvarez to Turki Al-Sheikh in a Terrence Crawford fight, right? And then what did he try to do? He tried to line up a fight with a Gervonta Tank Davis, a fight that made no sense to any real boxing fan, as Gervonta Tank Davis competes at 135 and walks around somewhere between 140 to 150 pounds. What would Jake Paul, who just came off of fighting being a 225 to 230 pound guy that night, fighting against Mike Tyson, an old and not present Mike Tyson, be doing with a fighter like Gervonta Tank Davis, who fights at 135 pounds? It makes no sense, right? You think Jake Paul would, I guess, cut weight and get down all the way to maybe, let's say, a 160 and change, 170, and Tank would come in at, 140, 150, and they'd have some sort of crazy catchweight fight. Now you're calling out Anthony Joshua, looking to make the biggest fights. Well, clearly Jake Paul is ready for contenders, and he's ready to fight the best of the best, because that's who he's challenging. Question is, why not fight somebody in the cruiserweight division? Why not call out Zurdo Ramirez? Why not fight Jairo Patai? Why not fight one of those cruiserweight contenders up there in the top 10 and put yourself in position to maybe get a championship or do something great in boxing? It seems extreme one way or another with Jake Paul. And him calling out Anthony Joshua doesn't surprise me, but it does raise questions of concern about why he's doing it. And I think it's the Netflix deal. I think that Netflix deal requires him making the biggest fights possible. And I don't know if Jake Paul is finding it easy to deliver on that agreement. Although he seems to be the big payday for a lot of fighters, I don't see a lot of fighters really mustering up to fight against Jake Paul as much as you might think he does, right? Let's see here what's going on in the chat. Ryan's a dangerous fight when you sit back and really think about it. Oh, yeah. Ryan is definitely a dangerous fight, man. Ryan is dialed in right now, guys, without a doubt. Ryan Garcia is definitely dialed in right now. I see it. I like it. There's poise there. I think he's taking boxing more seriously, and I think he's going to be a dangerous fighter for anybody he gets in the ring with. That's what I believe. And that's a good thing for boxing. Salute, Malante Davis. Salute. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and throw a link as well out there. The show won't be as long as it normally is. It's just me kind of building on these topics. It doesn't take long to kind of get through these different topics. Let's see it. Jake Paul goes to sleep. 100% Ed Morris, 100% Coach Eddie. Jake Paul 100% goes to sleep. That's what I believe 100%. But the question is why? Why is he putting himself in a position to get in the ring with the Anthony Joshua? You saw what he did against Francis Ngannou. He's going to put you clean to sleep. Let's see here. The callers in the panel too. Bradley succeeded. The callers in the panel too. The Canadian Ryan with good weight and focus, yes, but weight trained. He's not that good. Yeah, man. It's a big play. Facts. If Bill handles the business side and let Devin find a full-time trainer will help them both. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. So, yeah, running through it. Let me see here what else is going on, guys. Oh, yeah, of course. I wanted to speak on Terrence Crawford. How did I not speak on Terrence Crawford, man? Where we at with Terrence, man? Is he not up here? Oh, how interesting. Well, look, Terrence Crawford gets pushed back right now. We got a strength and conditioning coach. I think Acosta is his last name. I can't remember his first name, out of Philadelphia, who does strength and conditioning. He's pushing back at the idea of Terrence Crawford making this weight to be at 168, and speaks about Terrence Crawford doing it in an unhealthy way, eating his way up to 168 pounds to compete. When I saw the interview by him, it didn't seem like he was accusing Terrence Crawford, but I think he was just highlighting the significance of the weight gain having to be a certain way, that he's doing it in a healthy way, that he's getting stronger, and that he's being prepared to compete at the peak condition he can be in, not sacrificing his conditioning just to be a big guy in the ring with Canelo Alvarez, but wanting to be not only a big guy, but a big and conditioned and well acclimated guy to the division, and basically stating that that's easier said than done to make that happen. I agree with that. I do think it's easier said than done in order for that to happen, right? Is Terrence not doing that? I mean, let's be like, have I seen Terrence do anything in the past to make me believe that he's just sitting out there eating a bunch of Twinkies and ribs with extra barbecue sauce and just getting out of shape? No. So I don't know, man. Anything can happen. We can speculate all day long, but at the end of the day, let's be honest. I think we're reaching to say that Terrence Crawford to come in and be a fat boy the night he fights Canelo Alvarez, right? It is what it is. Salute to my brother Carl Brown in the building. Salute, Carl Brown. How you doing, family?
Clay, hey Clay, for real, for real. I ain't never disliked you. You already know I gotta be a little speech when I come up here, like for real. Like. But look, I never, ever, and I just want to get this clear. I'm on live TV. What you say before? The worst thing you could do is put a camera in somebody's face,
right?
Because the truth, you know what I mean? I'm telling you this, Clay. I never, ever, and I ain't about to say nothing else. I ain't gonna go no further. I never, ever disliked you, bro. I like your style, and sometimes the reason, put like this, your flow, son, like real talk, it's like you made to do this. A lot of niggas can't
appreciate that.
say that. You get what I'm saying, right? It's like you got the voice for this shit, son. Like for real, like, and I could sit back, no lie, over here. I didn't want to say that, but I could sit back and kick it with you, bro. Like Clay, you a real nigga, son. Like I ain't even, like I said, I hate that I had to hold certain things, but you a real nigga, son. For the first time I met, for the first time I met you, dead ass. If I don't catch you live, I'm always looking at your shows. That just to let you know. But I do want to say this about Bill. Ain't nothing bad. I think Bill really needs to step aside for Devin Haney to get somebody. I don't care who. It could be even somebody that he chooses. Bill Haney cannot be out here trolling the way he's trolling and giving Devin his undivided attention that he needs, especially after that loss. Devin needs somebody that's gonna be focused, like bump what everybody out here saying, Dad. Because if like you just talking about that, if Devin take the loss, where do he go? And that's crazy when we don't know that answer.
I agree with you. No, I agree with you. I think Bill, what he does good for Devin, he does good for Devin. But I do question as to the behind the curtains work that needs to be done in order for the development of Devin to be the right way. It needs somebody, I agree with you, that's 100% dialed in and focused on nothing else but that. I think Devin has earned that at this point in his career to not be dealing with what he dealt with when he was younger in his career and didn't build the status up for himself that he built for himself. He deserves that type of attention. We don't know if that's not happening, though. We don't know if Bill being out here we know that they've added different parts and components to Devin Haney's team as far as Mickey Bay is concerned, and certain, they've added elements in there to people who seem to be 100% dialed into the development of Devin Haney. And I don't know if Bill Haney's operating in the same capacity as he did before that Ryan Garcia fight, right? I don't know if right now that's what's happening. They were real quiet for this hiatus that Devin Haney took just recently. I would say in the past couple of weeks, you see Bill really doing back on his media campaign, back to calling out people, back to confronting people, but it's been quiet. So we don't know what's been going on in the background, and what, ultimately the questions are going to get answered on what's the date for those guys again? Is it May 1st? No, when is it? May 2nd. May 2nd. Right?
Yeah, like that.
So that's when we're going to find out what they've been working on and what's been going on, bro. That's when we're going to find out, right? It is what it is. What do you think about this Keyshawn Davis? What do you think about Keyshawn Davis at 135? I mean, let's try to keep Tank out of the conversation and just speak on Keyshawn, right? And what he's doing.
I'm getting accused of being a Tank Davis fan. Like, I can't even say, well, you know what? But you know what it did do for me though, Clay? It make me, like, for real, and I'm gonna say within like 2 or 3 days, it make me, I'm humbling myself. I'm tired of arguing with motherfuckers. I'm tired of arguing with people over a dude that I don't know. I'm tired of defending. I don't even care at this point. I'm just gonna like people from my end. Right. And like, if I hear somebody say something, that's your opinion. You know what I mean? I can't. And I tell my daughter this, real Clay. I tell my 11-year-old daughter this. Well, 12 now. She was turning 12 on the 9th too. But I tell my daughter this. I said, everything don't need an answer. That's right. One thing I firm on. Everything don't need an answer. And when you learn that, you will learn that you mind your own business.
Right.
Because when you try to speak out, it's for a reason. Every little thing don't need an answer. But I do want to say that. I just wanted to say that. And Clay, my bad. I know I be talking a lot, sir. But my mother's birthday is May 2nd. My mother passed away 5 years ago, but I'm saying, but my mother's birthday is May 2nd. And that's crazy. And that's crazy that I remember that the fight was on my mother's birthday when you just said it just now. I'm like, wait, May 2nd?
Yeah, May 2nd, man. Rest in peace to the queen, man. Definitely. Rest in peace to the queen, man. But I mean, look, but with Keyshawn, and I think I saw Bradley put in the chat here. He says you're real big on Keyshawn Davis. With only like 13. How many fights Keyshawn got? Like 13 fights or something like that right now. 13, 14. How many? Where's Keyshawn at right now?
Because he got that no contest.
Right. Where with Neil Albright. Yeah, he's in that 13 fights right now. Yeah. I am, man. The eye test tells me that Keyshawn Davis, and I've been on Keyshawn Davis for years now. You know what I'm saying? Seeing Keyshawn Davis develop. I've been calling for Keyshawn Davis to do something real great and something real special in this sport, man. And I always knew in my mind that eventually him and Tank Davis might run into each other, right? Because I always said that Tank was on another trajectory. He was kind of on his way out the door, just trying to make the final couple of fights. And I didn't know Keyshawn with that record. It was just like he's still developing. But Top Rank did a great job with fast tracking him, putting him in those fights, and finally getting him there with a title. And now he's in the conversation, right? He can very well fight against Tank Davis. And you got to ask yourself, is Keyshawn doing all the right things? At this point, yeah, man. He's calling out the biggest fights, and he's not turning down any smoke. And as a boxing fan, you got to like that, right? You got to like knowing, like hearing Keyshawn getting ready to fight against Edwin De Los Santos is like, yeah, man, he's giving us fights. He's giving the fans fights. Although Edwin De Los Santos has been on hiatus right now for however many months since that Shakur Stevenson fight, year and change, whatever it's been, Edwin De Los Santos still a dangerous fighter. A victory against Edwin De Los Santos, him being able to stop an opponent and have a common opponent with Shakur Stevenson now on a fight that really kind of put Shakur Stevenson and tagged him like the most boring fighter in the game, and then you stop that fighter. What does that do for Keyshawn Davis' market value at 135 pounds? And how long can, I'm going to bring his name up, and how long can Tank Davis continue to move and not deal with Keyshawn?
This and you know what? Like, you already know my take on it. Like I said, as long Long as you know my take on it, I gotta stop worrying about what I'm thinking of fans or the
Right.
people in the chat. Like,
It is
real,
what it is.
this my personal take. Keyshawn, and there's no shade to him. Keyshawn, I have to say it. He been gifted. I'm so up to this point. He been gifted. All I'm saying, the Neil Albright, even the guy that was going rocker soccer with him, like I forgot that guy's name. Like that
Miguel
was a test.
Medueno.
That was a test. That was a test. But I'm talking about you can take Tank out the equation, take Loma out the equation, take all the champions out the equation right now. It's so many fighters that's asking for that smoke, and them fighters that's asking for that smoke, we as diehard boxing fans, we would like that better than really to see him fight. We want the Edward De Los
Who
Santos fight.
would
We
you
want
rather
any
see?
one of them.
Who would you rather
I
see him
really
fight?
want. I really want him. I know he keeps saying that he didn't do enough, but both of y'all is at the same. I just want to see him like go get that out the way if you could.
Andy.
Yeah, man. Because right now you just got your belt. You know how you know. I'm just saying. Tell me if I'm lying. Tell me if I'm lying, Clay. If he go fight Andy Cruz, dog walking, his next fight gonna be on pay per view. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. If he go dog walk, um, um, Andy Cruz, I guarantee you they will. I don't care who he fight. He can do some that Tank did. You could take one fight up to 140 and come back down. Like everybody says, it's only 5 pounds. Tank did it from 130 to one. And I'm just saying from what I'm saying. I'm not even defending nothing. You know what I mean? But we seen Tank go from 130 to 140. Even though it was Mario Barrios, but Mario Barrios was a giant over him. That was a test. We all know that.
Right.
I would like to see him get that Andy Cruz out the way. And people probably I'm like, I can almost guarantee he'll be pay-per-view worthy. If I don't do big numbers off the gate, but they're gonna say, you know what? You could put him on pay-per-view, and he got the mouth, he got the style, he got the swag, he got everything for pay-per-view. He must see TV. Even though I wasn't rocking with him because of what I mean, because I felt like it was a crowd over there, but I'm mixing all this shit up. I'm about to talk about everybody the same way. For
It
real.
is
I'm
what
about
it
to
is. Let's give it a moment. Let's land the plane there for now, and let's get Echo in the building. Echo, my God, man, salute to you, man. How you doing today? Oh, you're mute. I don't know. I can't hear
I'm
you.
really good. How are you today?
Oh, I hear you. No, I hear you now. You're good. I hear you.
I'm on mute.
No, you're not on mute. You're good. I hear
Can you
you.
hear me?
Yes, sir. I hear you.
Oh, I thought said I was on mute. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good, man. We got a lot of boxing coming up right now. The news is Keyshawn Davis, Edwin De Los Santos. Looks like it's getting closer to being finalized. Edwin De Los Santos has confirmed it.
Good fight.
He says, listen, man, June 7th in Virginia, in Norfolk, Virginia, in Keyshawn Davis's hometown, another hometown show for him. We saw what he did last time with Gustavo Limos, packed the building out, record-breaking gates. People are rumoring right now to believe that Keyshawn Davis may be the most must-see fighter at 135 pounds, or getting ready to be the most must-see fighter, being that he's staying active and it looks like he's taking the biggest challenges he can take. Where are you at with Keyshawn Davis right now, as far as what you see him doing?
I'm enjoying what he's doing because he's keeping active and he's not had any really difficult fights, like wars or anything like that. So he's keeping active, which is good. And each fight is like a step up for him each time. So, but he could still be champion. I mean, obviously he's a champion and he's willing to fight anybody. Sign on the dotted line kind of thing. I admire that.
How do you feel about this relationship that he has with Shakur Stevenson? And, Shakur Stevenson being, arguably the best fighter at 135 pounds, going back and forth with Tank Davis. Some people say Tank, some people will say Shakur, but regardless, he's in the conversation. But this relationship that they have where they refuse to entertain fighting each other, but still want to stay in the same division, hold belts in the same division. And you got Keyshawn Davis now getting ready to have a common opponent with Shakur and Edwin De Los Santos. We know how that fight looked last time with Edwin De Los Santos or Stevenson. A dominant stoppage or dominant performance by Keyshawn Davis on Edwin De Los Santos. At what point does this start becoming an issue between Keyshawn Davis and Shakur Stevenson? How long can they continue keeping this going? Keep this going? How long?
I'll be right after.
Well, it will. They're gonna eventually gonna get so much pressure. They're gonna either break or they're gonna say no, we're not doing it. But they're not like the Charlo, the Charlo twins. They're not gonna fight each other. The Klitschko's didn't fight each other.
Right.
So I mean, brothers don't usually fight, but when you talk about friends, it all depends on them and what time of their career. Also, the thing is, it doesn't really matter. I don't think it matters whether they're friends or not. They can still fight and be friends after. I mean, I've sparred friends and knocked them out and tried to knock them out.
Right.
So it ain't like it's not it's not a thing that's not happening. You know what I mean, with people. But it depends on how far you're willing to go. If the friendship's so strong, then don't fight. But what's going to happen to the lightweight division then?
Yeah, I think Keyshawn's a big 135 pounder. People talk about him going up to 140 sooner rather than later. But while he's still at 135, it does seem to be a huge conflict of interest going on in that division between them. And this fight doesn't seem like it's going to help it out too much. Carl, it seems like you want to tap in on it. What do you think about this relationship and both of them just staying here at 135 pounds, but refusing to fight each other? I mean, boldly saying they never will fight each other. What do you think about it?
Me personally, from what I gotta say, I gotta keep on trying to check myself. Like, man, I'm gonna flat out just come out and talk. I don't care what nobody says. But look, I seen Keyshawn interview the other day with the light skin dude on that podcast. I come on, man, I'm a grown man. I seen that in Keyshawn's face, even though he said that 100, and what he really was trying to say was like, because he stopped. Because he's like, I see what you're trying to do. And then he's like if me and then he stopped. I read between the lines. I said, I think he was about to say, if me and Shakur go in there, we could rob the bank. Which y'all can. Y'all could rob the bank. We just want to see y'all two in the ring. The competitor's going to speak for itself. Right. Y'all might play it the first 2 rounds.
Eventually somebody going to hit each other for real and the fight going to turn into what the fight going to turn into, right?
I just think that needed to be one thing you said. They cannot be in the same division. Because I'm not even running with that. Like, oh, they friends or people want them to stay. I told you what my knowledge is in boxing now. But they cannot be in the same division thinking like that. For the fans' sake alone, y'all not going to get bigger. Y'all not gonna become a big name. Like, be for real, Tank name really got out there a lot more because he was being a badass. Like, fuck you, I don't care about you. Oh, don't bring your mother. That type of talk in a man on the island on his own sound like a warrior, don't it? When you really think about it, just sound like a guy that don't care about nobody else. He say he acting like a diva. I believe that. I believe all that. But to stand alone and talk the way you talking and be talking big, like, oh, what have he done? What have he done? I know what he talking about when he's saying what have they done. You get what I'm saying? But I'm about to get off that subject. But all I'm saying is that I agree with, I heard a couple people say they cannot be in the same division and continue to talk like that, because if they continue to be in the same division and talking like that and then don't fight each other, they both of their brain gonna take a hit, because people gonna start saying, you have fans coming in and saying, what? And then when they find out, oh, wait, they not real brothers. You got to think about those fans that's coming in too.
Listen, I agree with you, and that's actually another part of it, right? Like, this relationship they have can become hyperbolic, and it can become toxic to both their careers. Their brand can start taking shots. Or how long can you guys stay in the same division and continue to come at each other that way, man? I think that's an important aspect of it. I do think that this staying in the same division thing is just not going to work. If Keyshawn, go ahead and take your fight, this next fight with Edwin De Los Santos. If the next fight ain't Tank Davis, and I think that's what the holdup is, right? I think they're both kind of waiting on Tank to see what Tank does after that rematch with Lamont Roach, and they're going to try to see if Tank might call one of them out. But if it doesn't happen, if the Tank Davis fight isn't in the conversation, or at least maybe I give him one more fight, maybe the winner of Raymond Muratalla and Zora Abdulaev, as far as getting that interim IBF title, at that point he needs to start really taking into consideration as to whether or not he's going to stay or move to 140. Echo, looks like you wanted to say something. You put your hand up.
Yeah, there's been plenty of friends fought each other, over the years,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you go back, I don't know, 100 years, friends fought,
Right.
Zab Judah and Floyd fought, they were friends.
Right. And they got into a
it wasn't
everything in the ring.
They were enemies. So, I mean, there's no reason why anybody can't fight anybody, really. It depends on...
Let me ask you this question. Do you think that... Do you think it's fair to say that how good of friends are you if... Because what it sounds like to me is a sensitivity issue, right? It sounds like what they're basically saying is if we fight each other, we might not be friends anymore. Well, how much of a real friendship do you have if boxing each other and the passion that you choose is enough to make you guys enemies up front?
If that was the case, all the friends that I knocked out in sparring, they wouldn't be my friends anymore.
They cross the street every time they see you, right? They wouldn't want nothing to do with
you.
Don't say nothing to me, right?
And I knocked a few guys out that I fought, so it's not no big deal,
Yeah. I think it's interesting. I think there's a lot of sensitivity there whenever they talk that way. I think they're both two great fighters. You're both in the same division. You're both champions in the same division. And boxing is a man's sport, man. And really, this whole friendship and family thing, I could see, like you said earlier, if you were Jamel and Jamal Charlo, their mother should never have to see them both fight each other professionally in the ring and potentially take each other's life, right? Those guys shared a womb, right? Okay, we can separate. Right, the Klitschko's as well, right? Yeah, we're family.
They vowed they'd never fight each other.
Yeah, we don't want to divide our family that way. We don't want to have our bring any turmoil to our own family, our mothers, and our wives who are friends with each other, and our kids who are cousins to each other, and all these different connected factors that are affected based on how bad you may hurt me, knock me out, maybe even make me a paraplegic. You don't play boxing, but Shakur with Shakur and Keyshawn is definitely a different situation. I respect the fact that they're saying that they shared some real. And I, pause in advance, intimate, like moments as far as Keyshawn being somebody with mental health issues and dealing with fighting with unaliving himself type issues. And maybe Shakur helped him get through that at a very young age. And these things are okay, right? I understand and I can respect it. But at the end of the day, if you're not going to fight each other, and I'm not pressuring you guys to fight each other, but somebody should leave the division at a minimum at this point. Even the Charlo brothers did that, right? They understood we were going to fight each other, but what they weren't going to do is both occupy the same division, beating everybody, holding belts, and showing the fans up front and telling the fans up front, because what you guys are basically saying is you'll never see an undisputed champion at 135 pounds as long as we're in the same division. That's just really unfair to the boxing fans in the space to just up front say that. You know what I mean? It is what it is, right? It is what it is. I don't want to stay on the topic longer than we need to because I do want to speak on the return of Jamel Charlo. Posted up a training video yesterday and says, and he declares 154 is mine. I'm coming back to get what is mine. So that being said, Jamel Charlo, who hasn't spoken in a while and talked to the space, seems like we can anticipate his return. But the last time Jamel Charlo was in the ring was in September of 2023 when he fought against Canelo Alvarez. We saw that performance.
I think it was August.
Was it? Hold on, I'll tell you right now.
August or September?
I think it was September. But let's see what it was.
September.
Fight on May.
I think it was September, but let me just make sure. Yeah, it was September 30th of 2023, right? So that's going on 18 months at this point. It'll probably be 2 years by the time he actually gets into the ring and puts a fight together. You got to assume it's going to be earliest late summer, right? Because we're in April next week.
Same as
May,
Spence.
June.
He's not been in since July.
Yeah, Spence
July 29th, 2023.
I feel like Errol Spence retired, but
that's 18 months.
That's my favorite fighter. But you know what? Somebody told me something. They wasn't talking directly to me, but it kind of makes sense. But then again, it don't make sense to me, but it kind of makes sense. Somebody, I think Sean Porter was saying the style that Earl Spence got, you don't get a lot of ring run. Cause what he do in the ring is how he trains. Like Earl Spence style, think about it. What would Earl, if you go to the gym and see Earl Spence train, besides if you start playing around, jumping around, doing something like that, other than that, you're going to see what you see in the ring. And I think Sean Porter said it. His style, he won't have to deal with ring rush because he could get in the gym and work, move his head, work. You know what I mean? But that's what we see in the ring. So to get that ring, we can get that out. To me, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, I think ring rust is more than just what you do as far as the way he boxes. But he has to take punches. He has to deal with the pace. He has to deal with somebody trying to take his head off and hurt him. The longer you stay out the ring, you just got to think like, you get desensitized a little bit when you're boxing consistently. You kind of get desensitized to getting hit. But that sensitivity may come back. You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, you just, you're getting hit and you're not liking it the way you were dealing with it. You know what I'm saying? When you were getting punched. When you were active. So I don't know. What do you think, Echo? What do you think about?
It's not so much. It's doing things in the gym as well. The sparring. If you're busy sparring, right, whether you're not fighting or not, or doing academic drills, like sparring drills, and the timing drills, you don't need to fight because you're already preparing to fight. Remember, sparring and that tests your ability. It doesn't build ability, but it tests it. So therefore, when a person goes into the ring, he knows he can do that because he's already tested himself in sparring. That's why James Toney used to spar all the time. He didn't do he didn't do road work and chop trees down or none of that stuff, So I really believe that it's the training that you do. Yeah. Plus, if you're doing a fat camp, what, and you've not trained at all, and you've not done anything for 2 years. Sugar Ray Leonard was out the ring from 84 till he fought Hagler. Okay. But he trained 1 year for Hagler.
Right.
1 year training in the gym, sparring, everything. That's how he knew he'd do well. Right. But you take away the years, 3 years, you think, well, nobody can do that, but they can. And it's proof. Many boxers have done that.
Do you think that the fighters back then, like a Sugar Ray Leonard, were more passionate about the legacy, right? They were more passionate about the fight and their names. And you have the fighters today seem to be more prize fighter driven, right? Like they seem like some might question, staying on topic with Jermell Charlo, and you could even include Errol Spence in the conversation to say that some might say that the reason why these guys haven't been in the ring for as long as they have been in the ring may be the money. Maybe they haven't.
Could be the payday, yeah. Right. And the thing is, Sugar Ray, though, he said he didn't need a tune-up. Hagler was his motivation to train. If you're coming back for somebody else, say it was, I don't know, trying to think of who else he could fight, but you're not going to get up for that fight. It's simple as that. If you're fighting King Kong, right. You're going to prepare. If you're fighting Sonic the Hedgehog, it's not so bad, is it? Let's face it.
You wouldn't think it would be. You'd hope it wouldn't be, but you never know. You never know.
But it's preparation is the key. Fail to prepare, you prepare to fail.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
A lot of boxers don't prepare very well.
My question
the weights
to you,
Echo, off. Sorry.
Yeah. So my question to you, and even Carl, but the question is, coming back into a division like 154 pounds, right? Coming into a 154-pound division, like I said, this can go for Errol or Jamel Charlo. We're talking about Jamel specifically, but Errol is right there in the conversation. Errol, last time he was in the ring, by the way, was July of 2023, and Jamel was September of 2023, right? So they're pretty much in the same conversation as far as how long they've been outside the ring. Coming back into the ring only driven by the money you're making and not really on the legacy, on being the best again, kind of to me feels like you got 1 foot out of the ring, right? Kind of seems like you weren't going to come back if it wasn't for the money. What kind of fighter isn't that a different fighter than the fighter who fought Ugas, who fought Danny Garcia, you know what I'm saying, who fought Brian Castano and rematched him, who fought Erickson Lubinson, who fought, who became an undisputed champion at 154. That's a different fighter than the fighter who's just coming back for money, right? Like, what do you think about those two fighters? Are they two separate fighters?
Yeah, there would be, because it's like any boxer. The prize fighters, they want money.
Mm-hmm.
But when you get, 15 million, 10 million, there's no real rush to go back into the ring.
Right.
That is one of the reasons why boxers only fight once a year now. If that, some are doing 2 years, taking longer time. Obviously, there's injuries as well, which you have to take into account. However, some boxers are just not motivated other than for the money. And it's just a shame, really. But it is prize fighting.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. Nobody's going to go in the ring free.
And what? So let me ask you this: who are you expecting to see as far as Jamel Charlo is concerned? What are you expecting to see? Like, are you expecting to see the Jamel Charlo of the olden days, or no matter how we look at it, this is going to be a new Jamel Charlo? This guy's 34. He'll be 35 years old by the time he gets back in the ring. His birthday's in May, so he'll be 35 years old this year. What kind of Jamel Charlo are you expecting to see come back?
Well, the thing is, Jamel, in his last fight with Canelo, he didn't get beat up, really. It was quite an easy fight. The knockdown, yes, obviously. But he didn't get beat up like Spence.
Mm-hmm.
And Spence took a beating, and he had the car crash as well. Anybody that thinks that didn't matter, that's crazy. If you get thrown out of a car 100 miles an hour, unless you're Clark Kent or Superman or Spider-Man, you're going to be in a bunch of shit. You're going to be in
Knocked all his teeth out his mouth. Knocked all his teeth out his mouth. All his teeth out his mouth.
And he was in a coma as well.
Yeah.
And any boxer that gets knocked out cold, they're not even allowed to spar for 30 days. Anyway.
Right. And people say he prematurely came back. Like, he came back against, the advice of the medical professionals who wanted him to stay out of the ring for like well over a year. He came back in pretty, I don't know how long it took him to come back, but he came back pretty fast.
I mean, some boxers do. They have accidents, and they, like Willie Pep, he was in a plane crash. He had a really bad back, and he came back. He had 72 fights. He lost 1 fight. He had the plane crash. He came back. Then he did another 62 on the trot. So that's why people consider him one of the greatest of all time. Most people don't realize that. But he had a plane crash.
And to be real, Clay, like I looked at this fight yesterday. I went back and looked at, because we yawning for another Earl Smith fight. I don't care if you were Earl Smith fan, and as long as you're a boxer, yawning for another Earl Smith fight. I went back and looked at the Danny Garcia fight, and then I started glancing through all the other fights that he had.
Right.
That was the sharpest I ever seen Earl Smith. I seen something, I think it was in the 7th round, when Earl stepped to Danny Garcia and he took one little step to the side, but he came in fast with a nice two-piece. To the point that Danny Garcia, he looked at his chest like, what the fuck was that?
Right.
I think it was in the 7th round. Go back and look at it. You'll see what, oh man. And I was like, dang, I said, yo, I see why some people saying, but I think Earl was landing that fight right there. Earl was like, if I'm going to lose to a guy that's known, that's accomplished, and if Danny Garcia gonna beat him, Danny Garcia gonna have to knock him out. You know what I mean? So I was like, I said earlier,
Ray, what's good, family?
What's going on, man? I was moving myself in my spot, Clay. I was like, why Carl my spot? We gotta move him.
Are
I
you
was
spying on us?
I see.
Yeah,
I
a
think
little
you're
bit.
busy
A little
or
bit.
tied up. So I
Little
hope
bit.
everything is good. Everything is good, man.
Yeah, well, yesterday I told you about yesterday. I ain't even go into detail with you, but sorry guys, I don't mean to cut you off, Carl. But today, just that was my first day back to work, and it's a long night, bro. So
It'd be like that. I definitely understand.
you always set me up with that cleaning part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're building right now on this Jamel Charlo announcement. You know what I mean? Jamel Charlo puts out the video, says, what does he say? I think I put it up here, right? He puts out the video. He declares 154 is mine, and he's coming back for everything. Right? Now, I believe that Jamel Charlo is still a champion in recess for the WBC, right, guys? Is that what it is?
2 belts, I think.
That he's a recess. Okay, so
he the ring magazine champion.
I never considered. Sorry, carry on.
We do know that Jamel Charlo, he is the ring magazine champion.
Currently, because he didn't resign it. He didn't take it away. Yeah.
Only belt he got a hold to. Anything else, I think he champion two of the belts. I think the WBA and the I forgot what the other one, but
I think the WBO he's in champion recess as well.
So can I say something?
Hold on one second, Carl. So at the end of the day, though, a return. Last time he fought was September of 2023, very similar to Errol. Errol fought in July of 2023, right?
Yeah.
So we're talking about ring rust. You know what I mean? Maybe an understatement of what we're looking at. We don't know. And not to mention the last time he was in the ring, this guy fought at 168 pounds. You know what I mean? He didn't compete at the highest level. You know what I mean? He like Echo said, he wasn't in a war, right? So he's not physically beat down, but still, you're gonna have to cut the weight, come back down to 154, compete. And the last time he fought at 154, I believe, was in 2022 against Brian Castano, right? That was the last time.
That was early 2023. Was it 2022?
It was 2020. I think it was May of 2022.
Jeez, these guys in there 1 year fighting, bro.
Right. You know what I mean? Let me see. Let me just make sure here. I don't want to.
You're right. You might be right. I think you are right. Actually, I ain't. No, you are right. I ain't even looked it up yet, but I know you're right. Go ahead, Carl. I'm sorry. He was just catching me up on things.
No, I thought. Well, y'all looking it up. I thought Jamel fought 2 times that year.
I thought he did too.
No, he fought he fought Brian Castano in May 14th of 2022.
Right.
Before that, he fought Brian Castano in July of 2021. Then he fought Saul Alvarez in 20. He fought 1 time a year. He fought 1 to 21, 1 to 22, and 1 to 23.
Okay, that makes sense.
All right. This was Clay. Back to what we were talking about earlier. We was all even Earl said it. Earl grew up with Jamel Charlo, and Earl was willing to get in that ring with Jamel Charlo. So to be real, Shakur and Westfall need to cut that out.
Different situation.
Together, just like them two. They both grew up together.
They cool. They didn't grow up. They just happen to just be cool at a certain point in boxing because you got to and having the same trainer. As far as Shakur and Keyshawn, they go back to, and I was actually shocked by this because I didn't understand. And I addressed it one time with playing in everything boxing, and I ended up being wrong in my assessment because I misunderstood the points they were making. So when I rewatched and talked to Clay about it, I was like, okay, I see where I went wrong. Yes, no, they have a relationship going way back to childhood. The Charlos don't go back to child. I don't think they go back that far with Earl. I think that's just like, maybe like amateurish era, but I remember Earl was a bigger fighter. Earl was fighting at like 155 in the amateurs, and they were fighting at 140 and 147. Those two. So
the only reason I say it because like when Earl was saying like Earl was speaking, I think when Jamel Charlo was saying something about, I think he was doing an interview and he was saying something about like he knocked
That's
out
his
all
brother.
South and stuff like that. And then
Yeah.
Earl was like, you don't knock out all Southpaw. And in that same video, like I remember Earl was saying like how he was back in the day.
If the
Like
money was right.
they not blood brothers. I
Right.
just think like if y'all in Clay, you made it perfect. Like that's really true. If y'all, cause that gonna hurt y'all brand if y'all gonna be in the same division and don't like y'all can't. It can't be two people up there saying, "Oh yeah, ain't nobody getting to us too," cause fans gonna start looking at that funny. Not
Mm.
what it don't matter what none of us say on this panel.
Well,
The thousand other fans they're gonna say, "I don't like that." Like they don't like it just for sports sake alone.
Yeah, they definitely have to deal with that, and I think they know that. It's an elephant in the room right now with them. They gotta be dealing with that, and how are we gonna deal with this? You know what I mean? You're doing this fight with Edwin. Now we have a common opponent in Edwin De Los Santos that we're about to have. You mess around and stop Edwin De Los Santos, they're gonna completely compare us to each other. The pressure's gonna be nonstop, and like I said, it's a spit in the face of boxing fans to tell them up front that they can't have an undisputed at 135. Right? You're telling them up front. You're both champions, and you're telling them up front, you're not going to get that. That's diabolical.
Let's listen to what's really going on, though. You hear Keyshawn talk about he's moving to 140 after a few fights. He don't want to stay down there anyway. So he's actually giving up 135 for Shakur. He's looking to move up eventually. Shakur is going to have to move up because he's pretty much a big 135 anyway, even though a lot of people don't believe he is. But he's not going to move. He doesn't have to move up. Shakur actually makes weight comfortably. This is his comfortable weight. So Shakur can stay at 135 for a little bit. He's looking for the bigger fights. And eventually they may fight. I mean, if you look at what in the example you use with Earl and Jamel, if you look at what happened, Jamel was the one who said he would never fight Earl because they were close. When Earl actually was interviewed afterward, Earl said that the money's right. Later, in reply to that, you heard Jamel said, I don't care if it's Earl, I don't care if it's my own brother, if the money right, I'll do it. And so with that being said means money on the table to feed their families, they'll do it. But they won't do it, you know what I mean, just to be, you know what I mean, because of the friendship. They don't want to just get in the ring just to be battering each other. Not to mention, there's reports that Earl was beating the crap out of Jamel in sparring at times. There's a lot of reports on that Earl was, that's why Jamel was so quick to say no. I'm not there. I'm just going by reports, but that was something that was reported. That's why they didn't. That's why Jamel was so quick to say no. But he's a warrior. So when Earl replied, "Yeah, I do it. The bread's right," it came back to his point.
Is 154 pounds a way more hostile in talent deep division than when Jamel Charlo was undisputed?
Yes. Yes.
I mean,
because the guys that moved out or that we don't see boxing anymore, you don't even see Castano in there. You don't see Taylor. Is it Tayller? Who beat him up before? You don't see dude that just retired. Right? What's the blonde haired dude that just retired? That moved up to 116.
The Tony Harrisons,
Harrison. That's what I was saying. Harrison, you don't see him. You don't see him around anymore. You don't see Hurd there no more. You don't see what's the Russian dude that moved up? Exactly, Rosado. Like all these guys that moved out of the division and out of boxing. Like you don't even see them there anymore. So all the guys that are there are young and I hate to say it like this, but they're young and spicy. They're like hot tamales, bro. They want to get in there and they want to win a championship. And they know that there's only a few people left. Even Tim Tszyu, like he was there with Jamel, right? His era is like it came to an end so quickly because of the young talent that's in that division. So yeah, I think it's better.
Yeah, I think it's a more difficult division, and I think if to come into this 154-pound division, money driven only, you got to have some grit and something that's going to make you want to compete at the highest level.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Sebastian Fundora, I don't care what anybody says, he's just an awkward fighter. I don't care who, nobody that Jermell Charlo has fought is preparing him to fight against a Sebastian Fundora. He's becoming more disciplined. He's using his range more. He's using his physical attributes more, bro. He's becoming a more difficult fighter to fight against. Is he the most skilled guy? No, he's not the most skilled guy at 154, but he's got a lot of awkward, weird, dangerous things about him that I think he's just a difficult fighter to prepare for. 6'6", 80-inch arm reach, and he punches hard. I mean, it is what it is. And you got Bakram, who's like the most. They paid that guy has been paid more in step aside money than he's been paid to actually fight.
Pockets.
They're staying out his way. He's bought himself a crib off of don't fight money. You know what I mean? Nah, don't fight again. Here's some more money. You know what I mean? You've got a Virgil Ortiz Jr. who's hungry, who's showing and proving right now that he's not trying to go anywhere. He's an interim WBC title holder right now. You've got a nightmare, another dark horse who I think people are not talking about enough, and he just needs a right fight before people start understanding who he is. In Charles Conwell, right? Who's just there ready to just do something bad to somebody. And then you got Serhii Bohachuk, who's constantly teetering right there on the verge of doing something great. Just
and was in a questionable loss, Clay. He's a questionable undefeated fighter.
Right, with Virgil Ortiz.
Virgil Ortiz, who looks like he's a monster to be reckoned with as well in that division. And Xander Zayas, you know what I mean? Who's a flash in the pan right now. He's literally rising to the top. Pause. You know what I mean? You got a lot of great fighters at the top. Even Jesus Ramos bouncing back. Like this division is locked in, and it has talent. Even the guys, they're going. Everyone in that division is going to have a loss at one point.
Right.
Even Fundora. Now, when it comes to Jermell coming into that division, the thing about Jermell, and I'll give him a lot of credit, and a lot of people may agree or disagree. I don't really care either way. But Jermell's a fighter. He's probably the one guy that I do see beating Bakram or beating Fundora, because the fact that he's willing to take shots, like he's a battle-tested warrior. And though the Canelo thing was a little hands-on, I still think it was like a payday thing. I don't know why he went in there, took one punch, and decided he didn't want to get hit no more. But I seen Jermell take some punishment. I see Jermell go in there and literally take shots in the chin, take shots in places like midsections and stuff. Pause.
So let me ask, not to interrupt you, right? But I'm going to interrupt you real quick just to put something in there and ask you to add so you can answer this as well, though. But you're talking about a lot of grit right now when you're talking about Jermell Tall. You're talking about a lot of mental fortitude, mental strength. You know what I'm saying? Perseverance, will to win. Is this the same Jermell Charlo who's returning at 35 years old, who hasn't fought in about 2 years? Go ahead, speak on it.
That's where I was going with it. I was going to say, he did all these things, but we're in a new era. You know what I mean? Are the same people there? Is he going to be able to have the punch resistance? Is he still going to, you know what I mean? Does he really care about boxing that much? Is he still angry enough? Because you know what it was? Jermell always seemed angry. And I think that anger fueled his fire. That distaste of what the boxing world, the media, as well actually boxing media, it was like the Barry Bonds of boxing. They all discredited him for everything. And he looked like he had something to prove. So if he feels that he still has something to prove, he still has that burning desire to get in that ring and fight whoever's in front of him and win, then you know what? I don't think anybody in that division could beat him. If he doesn't have it, if some mustard came off that, then at the end of the day, we're going to look at him like, he just aged out. You know what I mean? Too much time off, got older. He aged out. Time to go. Pack it up and move to 160 or get out of boxing.
And Roscott said something very interesting right here. You were talking about battle tested. He said Charlo was battle tested when he started running away from Canelo. This is the last. You say it all the time, Ray. You know what I mean? You didn't invent it, but you use it a lot. You're only as good as your last fight.
Absolutely.
And the last fight we saw from Jermell Charlo was not a fight where we saw grit. It's not a fight where we saw him persevering and getting hit and still wanting to fight at the highest level and compete at the highest level. He seemed like a guy who took a step, who took some money and ran off and robbed the bank. You know what I mean? It is what it is, man. Seth Brown says, even better, Claymore Rain, got to prove yourself again. That that's what champions are supposed to do: get a belt and defend it on all the corners. And Mel coming back prepared to do that in this hornet's nest of a division. Is that what he's coming back to do, or is he coming back to get his biggest payday and take another hiatus and go off into the sunset and prove nothing? We'll see. I mean, the fight will tell us who he is. The fight will speak and answer the questions we're asking right now, more than Jamel saying anything, or more than Al Heyman or Leonard Ellaby saying anything on his behalf, or more than Derek James, or more than his fans are going to say. That fight he has when he returns will let us know if he's back and who he's going to be. Very similar to how Jamal kind of did it when he fought against Jose Benavidez, but once again stepped away, and we haven't seen him since then.
Right. And not to mention, real quick, Carl, my bad. Not to mention that all three of them are supposed to be coming back on the same card, which was rumored back in early February, that they're all supposed to come back on the same card. All three of them, the Lions only and Earl Spence. So it's possible we see them all back in May and see what's going on. As far as him being the same, I mean, time will tell, right? So when he gets there, we'll find out, because I think we're going to get to the point where Jamel himself, he's going to show something. He's either going to show that he's with the times, you know what I mean? Like, he's an old guy coming back. He's going to show us that he's still that guy, or he's going to show us that he just, you know what I mean, the division passed him by. He needs to go work at 160, try to develop something there. You know, a lot of his constituents have moved to 160. He already fought at 168, so it may be better for him to just move up and he's older and slower. Compete there. Get out of that division with all these youngsters, because, you know, I mean, even though we still think we can run a 4.40
right
at our age, you just can't, bro. You just can't.
Yeah, I wanted to tap in on this topic right here as far as Devin Haney is concerned. You know, I saw an interesting article yesterday talking about Devin Haney and, you know, how much this fight really means, that his career could really, you know, let me ask, where does Devin Haney go on the back end of a loss to Jose Ramirez?
Back to the drawing board.
And what does that look like?
Here's the thing. We're in a different era, and I think we touched on this. ETB said it. You know, when has a loss ever been the end of your career? Yeah, it looks. I mean, and we got too many people worry about these L's because of the Floyd Mayweather era. Other than the Floyd Mayweather era, guys were taking losses left and right. It puts me in the same perspective to say that he only gets stronger. He looks like he's a kid that works hard, and he has a lot to prove. That I like his energy. Believe it or not, Devin Haney brings one of the most solid energies to boxing. Like, he just believes in himself, and I think he tries to fight everybody. Why? Because he believes in himself. So if he loses, it's boxing. It's no different than running a race, right? You're not going to win every race. Sometimes you come in second, and when you come in second, guess what? You got to try again. I think with Devin's case, if he does lose to Ramirez, it could happen. If he does lose to Ramirez, I don't see it happening, but it can happen. I think Devin goes back and he resets again. I think he analyzes where's his strengths and where's his weaknesses. We've seen Shea Mosley lose back-to-back fights and still going to have a championship run at another division. Maybe we'll just see what happens with Devin here. Maybe he does go back to a championship run, and reset and figure out what's wrong. Maybe he gets away from Bill and say, look, I need to work with some other trainers and really get into my skill set, because I'm not feeling like I have everything to deliver to boxing. So, you know, it's a lot of questions for him to answer, not us.
Right. Exactly. My question is, does it break him? You know what I mean? Does not being able to get the Ryan Garcia rematch, taking another loss, does Devin Haney walk away from boxing, you know what I'm saying, on the back end of a loss to Jose Ramirez and having back-to-back losses? How does he deal with it? Echo, what do you think about this Devin Haney situation as far as, you know, the possibilities of him taking a loss? And I know that I understand the whole idea of the era of boxing where everybody lost and this is not a big deal, and you know, Mayweather kind of changing that narrative with how he kind of carried it. But, you know, you're dealing with a mouth like Bill Haney, who's been speaking on the behalf of Devin Haney for so long, talking this big talk, And has this put unnecessary? Is this showing up as unnecessary pressure on Devin Haney to win right now at this point in his career where he's at? Does the Bill Haney thing seem to be, the chickens coming home to roost a little bit? Is this a big pressure on Devin Haney right now, based on what Bill's done in Devin Haney's career, as far as the trolling, the talking, the mouth of Haney Promotions? What do you think about that, Echo?
Of course, it's a lot of pressure for him, because obviously when he was fighting Garcia, regardless of what happened, with the Austrian, he thought he would win that easily. And because of the bravado of saying, I'm just going to beat you up, basically, and that didn't happen. What really counts is how much accountability he can take for his poor performance.
Right.
Now, the poor performance is not just down to him, it's down to the tactics as well. And people blame it on, he should change. He doesn't need to change a lot, to be honest. I don't believe he does. I mean, the people say, well, the bow and arrow jab or whatever, right? There's nothing wrong in a bow and arrow jab. There's nothing wrong. I mean, even Mayweather, he was caught by Gatti with using the bow and arrow jab and the hook. And against Mosley, that's why he got rocked the second time. So, and this is the guy that's a master boxer, so as long as he can be honest with himself and see the fight for what it is. Because what you've got to do with a guard, you can't just. People say you just got to keep your hand on, on the phone, basically like that, right? No, you don't. You have to have an active guard. It has to be moved around. You have to turn in on the shot as well, because they're going to aim inside. Now, if you listen to Garcia when he was talking about fighting Haney, he was talking about shortening the shot and bringing it on the inside, not the wide shot. But when you're doing a bow and arrow jab, it doesn't matter what you do. But a great fighter, or somebody has got a very, very high IQ, or his corner will tell him, stop doing that punch and don't do it so often. Make sure that you're in the right position. And many of the times in the fight, he made a lot of mistakes. Just walking in straight and go for the clinch. When you go in the clinch, you should go down on a V, go down and go up. So therefore, you're clearing everything and you're creating the right angle for your head to be protected. So then you go in the clinch. And also it depends on which side you put your head as well. If you notice when he was fighting Garcia, and same as when he fought Lomachenko, he had the habit of leaning to his right, and that's a no-no against a southpaw, because that will give you the straight left hand. Right. If you notice, Loma was catching with straight punches mostly.
Right.
And that's what happened with Spence as well. He did the same thing against Crawford, leaning to the right, leaving himself ready for the left hand. This is all about tactics, but mostly, as long as he takes full accountability for what went on, and he really has learned from that, and not just thinking, well, it was the Austrian, because it was not just the Austrian, because he didn't fight the right fight. The corner didn't give him the right instructions, and he fought Garcia's fight, giving him the opening for the left hook rather than boxing. Because when he fought Lomachenko, he won that fight with the body shots, with the long right hands to the body. That's what really took the judges to give him more credence to winning the fight.
Right.
Even though he did get hit a lot, but he had a lot of variety in that fight. He lacked the variety against Garcia. And I believe if he doesn't take that on board and he's not really learned from that, he's destined to repeat, you know that saying, you repeat the same mistake, insanity thing. So
right. Yeah. I definitely.
He has to go back, not just back to the drawing board. Be honest. And all his camp needs to be honest as well about that as well.
I agree. I definitely.
But he's shown guts in the fight. He's shown plenty of heart and he's shown he's got a chin because it's not that he don't get knocked out, but he's shown it's his punch resistance.
Right.
That's the thing.
I think that, you know, the reason I bring up the question is, and it's not me questioning him, you know what I'm saying? But I think it's a legitimate question to ask, you know what I'm saying? As far as where Devin is at. And that's what this comes down to, right? Because the decision is on his shoulders, his performance, his consequences, his rewards are his. They're not ours. You know what I mean? His fans can find some solitude in him being victorious and being a champion. They can celebrate with him, but ultimately, you know, Devin Haney's wins and losses and all those things fall on his shoulders. His consequences, you know, his consequences if they don't go his way, and his rewards, you know, to spend with his family as he sees fit if he has a victory. But you know, I see the space speaking very you know, it's a common conversation, seems to be around a lot of the content creation spaces as far as Devin Haney having to win this fight. And, you know, it bleeds into what Bill Haney spoke about as far as, you know, black fighters having to win and, you know, Mexican fighters just only having to fight. And that Devin Haney may have the pressure of, you know, this win might be how big of a pressure is it on his shoulders when you compound it with Bill Haney's, I don't want to say antics, but his approach to marketing and promoting his son and you know, being in all these different heavy confrontations with your Gabe Rosado, with, you know, other content creation spaces that might not be on the same page with him. This all seems to just end up being on Devin's shoulders at the end of the days, and it's up to him to either show improve on those days. Well, in this case, fighting against Jose Ramirez, coming off of this loss with Ryan Garcia, and knowing that the Ryan Garcia fight is the redemption, is the goal, that Jose Ramirez is supposed to be a stepping stone to get him to that redemption. If he loses his fight against Jose Ramirez and the Ryan Garcia fight becomes more distant, or maybe doesn't even happen anymore, how does Devin Haney as a fighter, I know he's strong and he's shown some grit before, but he's a human being at the end of the day. How does this affect him? And is his career essentially over if he's unable to avenge this fight?
Can I just say something for
Yes,
let somebody else speak? When you're at a loss or in grief, there's a thing called dabda. So you first of all, the first thing you've got is denial, then you get anger, and Devin's already felt these already. Now bargaining is where you're trying to rationalize why you've lost. Then you get depression, then you get acceptance. Now it all depends on what stage he is and how he's really seeing this fight, because they're the stages of grief. They are. And he's got to go through them before he can ever be anywhere where he was before, or even better, because it's acceptance. Because the first thing when you lose is denial. You think you can't, it's denial. Then you get angry. You might be angry with yourself. You might be angry with the opponent because he cheated in, you below the belt, blah, 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 blah. Then you bargain, then you've got that bargaining thing where you try to rationalize everything. And you come up with all sorts of excuses. It's like Wilder, it was the water, that it was the weight first, and all these kind of things. That's the bargaining phrase. But then you get depressed, then you go away and whatever. But then you eventually have to accept everything, and that's the only way you can truly come back from anything. Whether that's a loss of a loved one or whatever, or lose your job or whatever. He's got to go through those stages. I'll be honest about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's as well as Teofimo Lopez, right? It's something that's in his head, and he has to get a win and on a winning track to get out of that positioning. It's only going to help himself to win. If he loses, I think he does take a step back, and I don't think it hurts his career. But we got to look at the bigger picture here. Devin was built as a star. They put him in this position to be somebody that we didn't expect him to be. He came into the arena of boxing, and people were surprised and were stunned by who he was. He called out the big fighters. He fought a lot of big fighters. Devin put the weight on his shoulders when he went into these rings, when he made these call outs. So it's only accepted, and he said he doesn't care if he loses, but obviously he does have some situations where he does care, because you can see it in the results of the Ryan loss. You know, at first he was cool, but then he, you know, when he found out it was something else and he took the money and this and that, it all became the same. Like Echo said, it all became excuses and reasons. But then again, he still was dealing with the pressure of the people outside of the ring, right? He was dealing with the media, he was dealing with the fans, he was dealing with this, and he's saying he's embracing. So if that's what his situation is, to take on the situations like that, it's cool. And I get what Bill is angry about, you know, and what he said makes sense. I mean, it's not just Mexican fighters; it's American black fighters have this the bravado of certain when they fight in these arenas. They get out there, they have this extra macho thing. They believe that they're the best in the world. They believe that nobody can stop them, and they believe that everything they do is quicker, faster, stronger, and the agilities are there because of twitch muscles, right? But look at Bernard Hopkins. No one he did a lot of talking, did a lot of this, and what happened? He ran into somebody that not only beat him up, but knocked him out the ring, right? And it's the same thing. Roy Jones believed that he was invincible until he went up in weight and came down. These things happen, and losses are hard pills to swallow. But at the same time, you know, it's up to your resilience. And Roy continued his career. He still got some wins after the Johnson fight, right? Because I think he lost back-to-back to Johnson. Then he came back, got 2 wins, and then got back in the ring with Tarver. And when he got back in the ring with Tarver, he lost again. And then he went and fought Bernard and lost. And then he went back 2 years later and fought Tarver again. Like, it was unnecessary at those points to fight, but I get it. Like Echo saying, he found himself where he said, you know what, I got to get these wins back. But at this point, he had already aged out of boxing. I think he was close to like 40 at that point, or close to 36 or something like that. So, you know, failure is the biggest learning tool. And I always say that to people. You know, I tell, especially in sports, you have to have failure at some point to grow. If you don't fail, you never grow because you don't know what it's like. And when you have moments where you're undefeated and you never tasted the mat, or you never did this, you have no adversity. And you need these things to help you grow and move forward, even if it's at the amateur level. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of these boxers have lost in the amateurs. So when they lose in the amateurs, they do taste defeat. When they get to the pros and they're just such on a hot streak, they don't know what it's like to taste defeat, and they get into their mindset that I am the best in the world and no one can stop me. This is for Devin's chance to prove himself. If he doesn't, I'm pretty sure he'll say, you know what? This guy fought his ass off. You know, I didn't expect this. I didn't expect that. Hopefully he owns it and he moves forward. But it sets him back on the riot fight. Now, does that hurt him in the long run? Maybe. I don't think he loses much in the rankings. I think he'll find another fight to pick him up, and they'll go from there. But, you know, again, we have to all wait and see what happens.
Let me read Freedom's March. Salute Freedom's March. I appreciate the $5 holler, and the color in the chat says, what does Devin have to accept? That Ryan was a drug cheat? He's in denial of being cheated? Excuses? Something else? You're talking about a cheat.
Can I just address that? Can I address that?
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if Ryan cheated, he cheated, but there was more to it than that.
Right.
There was more things, the reason why he lost, not just that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. And I think that we're
wrong tactics, everything.
And
I think when people say that Devin's undefeated, he has 0 losses. No matter what the New York State Athletic Commission judgment they pass across, and no matter what his record says right now, the experience doesn't get negated. It doesn't get taken away. What he went through in that ring is just as real, no matter what the New York State Athletic Commission said. And the conversation is a deep conversation because Devin Haney, you know, I remember when he did his interview, he did an interview and he said, and I think it was Andre Ward who asked him how he felt about it. Because Andre Ward, as a boxer, understood the experience had to be traumatic, right? To be embarrassed in front of everybody that way, to get clipped the way he was getting clipped, to get hit with those shots. Although the New York State Athletic Commission went ahead and said, we're going to take this loss off your record. Turns out this guy had some performance enhancement drugs in his system. We're going to take this off. This fight will be a no contest. It doesn't take away from the effect of what happened inside of the ring. Devin Haney's response was, I don't know if I could really look at this fight as, almost like saying, like, learning something from it, as far as like if he can blame what he did as much as he's going to blame Ryan Garcia for cheating. I wonder how good or bad that might be for Devin Haney, right? Like, in other words, if Devin Haney is able to accept that, you know what, I approached that fight the wrong way, and the things that I did in that fight put me in a position to get hit with a lot of shots I probably shouldn't have gotten hit with. But if you're going to credit the performance that you had in the ring with Ryan Garcia to Ryan Garcia having Ostarine in his system, I'm not going to push back too much and say to you that the Ostarine didn't help Ryan, but I will question as to whether or not you're going to make the proper adjustments to acknowledge the mistakes you made in that fight for that to not happen again. Now, we'll get the answer to those questions when he fights again and we see what kind of fighter he is. But I think it's a legitimate conversation and a question to ask. If Devin Haney goes into this next fight and fights a Jose Ramirez and he doesn't have performance enhancement drugs in his system and he hasn't made the proper adjustments from what he's supposed to fix from the Ryan Garcia fight, and he gets stopped or loses his fight mentally, how does that affect Devin Haney? How does that, what state and what space does that put Devin Haney in? If he hasn't, like Echo said, accepted, a big word, accepted the role he played in how that fight turned out in the ring, not accepting him coming in 3 pounds over, not the performance enhancement drugs, but you, Devin Haney, what did you do wrong as far as a boxer is concerned in that ring that got you hit the way he did? We'll see in the fight.
What, Clay, that thing, that's a new question, because like what I like when y'all be doing this. I like when, and I'm talking about all YouTubers. I mean, like, because y'all always come up, all y'all always come up with, like new things to even ask. I'm talking about new things to even ask you, because like that right there is a question, because like every last one of us seen that fight. Not once have we seen Devin Haney or Bill Haney like address that. Say, you know what, like, what I mean? I should have been snapping the jab. I shouldn't let the jab hang up. They didn't take no fault. They blamed it all on Osprey. And I think if he don't accept that, and if he really gonna have in his mind that it was Osprey, and Ryan coming in more focused this time, Devin getting slept. Devin, if you gonna blame it all on Osprey and you think you can like that same type of fight against a focused Ryan this time, and like we gotta remember, Ryan is a Mexican. The Mexicans, all of them take shots. All of them get punched in their shit and they don't go to sleep. So we gotta take that. Devin gotta, yo, to be real, let's be real. Devin had to do something that we didn't even think we could do. Because a jab ain't gonna do it. Them close rounds, Ryan gonna get those. Any rounds that's close, and if Ryan land a nice little headshot over, but it didn't really do much damage. As long as if them rounds is close, if Devin think he's gonna be winning with just a jab, like Devin gonna have to land power punches. Because we already know what Ryan coming with, power punches. That's no ifs, ands, but about it.
Let me go ahead and land your plane right there real quick. I want to say this, man. Freedom Mart says this is a false dichotomy. He can accept that he had the wrong game plan and the fact that Ryan was enhanced. Y'all bugging. I don't know if we're bugging. You know what I mean? I'm gonna say that what's happening is I'm asking questions, right, about Devin Haney and what Devin Haney looks like on the back end of a loss to Jose Ramirez. And the reason I'm asking it is because there's a lot of pressure being put on Devin Haney to win this fight, right? As far as him accepting, not accepting, none of us have the answers as to what's going on in Devin Haney's head. Devin Haney only knows how he's approaching this. We don't know that he's accepting or not accepting. He had the wrong game plan. We don't know if he's accepting or not accepting it in a balanced, healthy way as far as Ryan being enhanced. Nobody does. Not even you, Freedom, right? Like, you don't know either, right? you would assume that he should have nothing to worry about, and he should not, that he shouldn't have a problem accepting this and accepting that. But you weren't in the ring, nor was I in the ring. I don't know how that experience that Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney had in the ring together has affected Devin Haney. The question is there because it's a topic of conversation. We're talking about it, right? I'm not sitting here telling you that I subscribe to the idea that Devin Haney's damaged goods, or that that he's not accepting the fact that he had the wrong game plan, or that he's accepting one over the other. But we're definitely in the land of speculation when we're creating content and we're speaking about boxing, and we're definitely dealing with a lot of what ifs when we're talking. So the what if part of the conversation is happening, and it can be had without looking like we're kicking Devin Haney down or burying him under something. These are questions, and legitimate questions, that should be answered hopefully in the right way, because if they're not answered in the right way, they can affect Devin Haney in a very adverse way when he gets inside of the ring to box his next opponent. So it's a conversation. It's not about putting accusations or falsely accusing him of things or saying he's weak-minded, or what we're doing is we're asking, and we're speaking very matter-of-factly to be like, well, if he's not dealing with this in the right way, then what kind of fighter are we going to see in the ring? He has to, and that's what most people are looking at when they're looking at this fight that's coming up with Devin Haney and Jose Ramirez. I don't care who you are. You got to be thinking about it. If you're not, then you're just a fan and you're just like, yeah, man, I already know what it's going to be, and hopefully it is what it is. But me, as somebody who watches boxing as closely as I do, those are the questions I have, and I want them answered on that night. That's what I'm looking to happen with Jose Ramirez, is to see if Devin Haney's back, and not only back, but is he back better than he was than when he fought Ryan Garcia? And if that's going to let me know what to expect when he fights Ryan Garcia in the rematch, is this performance.
Right. And not to mention, Clay, I'm probably the honorary co-owner of the Hanos clan. So, you know what I mean? I'm on board with wanting to see Devin perform. I know that for a fact. And wanting him to win only sets him up for bigger fights, which I want to see all the big fights. And the only way we're going to see these big fights is by him winning. So, yes, we want to see him come back and make a great performance. Was it a mistake to continue with that Ryan fight, knowing what all the antics going on and things of that nature? It just smelled fishy. And I think a lot of the fan base felt the same way. And I think they saw that going into that fight. Like, this fight should just move on. We should just see the AB fight with Devin. And I don't mean Antonio Broner. I mean Barboza. Right? We should have watched that fight instead of watching the Ryan fight. He should have made him take the step aside, get out the way, especially when he missed weight. It was all signs leading to this was kind of weird. Hey, he battled himself to say that he can do it. He still, to me, won most of that fight. If you take the knockdowns away, that fight's his, guaranteed. I mean, just look at the whole thing. Aside from the knockdowns, what did Ryan win in that fight? Nothing. You know what I mean? It's a WBC fight, so there's only 10-8 rounds. They don't even have more than they don't have 10-7 rounds. And Ryan lost a point in one of the rounds, which made the fight to me. And I looked at, and when I did the numbers, if people do the numbers correctly, it was a draw. And if you've seen, it was a split decision win for Ryan. So it was a really close fight, even with the antics and all the things. So I mean, in his mind, if he goes into that even with the fight being a no contest, if he goes into the next fight saying, "Look, I fought a guy that punches harder than this guy, and I was in a phone booth with him the whole time, and yes, he clipped me, but I got up. Not only that, I was able to go to a split decision with a guy that was heavier, a guy that was on Osterine or whatever his excuses are that he's using, and he puts that into a positive mindset and says, "Look, this is what I was able to do." You know, and mind you, all those things that happen, I'm still able to come to this ring and I can fight. Jose Ramirez has also got something to prove. He just lost to AB. So when we look at that, we got two fighters coming off of questionable losses, or not questionable because AB really beat them. But we got two fighters coming off the losses saying that we need to move up and weight. And I think Jose Ramirez may find some trouble because I don't think he fights boxers well. If you actually looked how he fought Josh Taylor, he just got schooled. So I think Devin's seen something there, and I think Devin has an opportunity to win this fight very, very clearly. And I think we'll see that. And I think he'll build his confidence back up to say, hey, let's bring it.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring in, we got Coach Heading 2 cents up here. I'm gonna say this, right? Nick J says, but what if he is? Y'all haven't addressed the other side. It's always
Right.
what if he loses? Because if he loses, that's if Devin Haney wins this fight in a dominating way, then he's on course to doing what he's supposed to do and what we want to see him do. The story is on the back end of a loss, what happens, right? On the back end of a win, there's really no conversation to be happening. What happens on the back end of a dominant win? He's back. He fights Ryan Garcia next. We're confident about what he does with Ryan Garcia. Devin Haney came off of a performance, and I'm talking about his performance. In this conversation right now in particular, I don't care about the Ostarine as much as you guys seem to be highlighting it. Why? Because the Ostarine is an inconvenient truth. It's there, but it really doesn't matter in the broad spectrum of the performance that Devin had.
Mm-hmm.
And the performance that Devin had, which is what this conversation is about, is what's being highlighted and potentially scrutinized, right? To say that performance was a poor performance by him, poor game plan, and he paid a very big consequence in the poor game plan. Outside of the Ostarine, the way he boxed put him in a position to get hit a lot, really hard, in a way that changes some fighters. Some fighters don't come back from that the same fighters mentally, right? So
Right.
now what are we talking about? We're talking about Devin Haney and the pressure that's been put on his shoulders because of a combination of a lot of things. He's built up a lot of animosity. Well, his father specifically has built up a lot of animosity for the brand and for Devin Haney. The support just isn't there for him on the whole boxing space. You saw how he was treated at the press conference. Nobody really is supporting Devin Haney in boxing and pushing him forward except for his fans. He has his fans that were not in the building there that on that press conference with Ryan Garcia, and he's dealing with a lot of adversity. And look, the kid has shown that he has thick skin, that he has grit, that he has that in him. He got up 4, 5 times, however many times he got sat down. He got up and he kept fighting and took it all the way to a decision, a split decision or a majority decision that might have went towards Ryan. I don't remember exactly how it went because I know one judge, I think, gave it to Devin Haney. But at the end of the day, the question is, going into this Jose Ramirez fight, how much pressure is on his shoulders? And if that pressure breaks and doesn't do him justice and he loses, what does that mean for his career? How does he approach it? At some point, you're a human being. It is what it is, right? But once again, guys, don't take it so personal. I happen to be a fan of Devin Haney. I like Devin Haney. Most people, I think, of course, the boxing space and the content creation space probably think I'm a Devin Haney fan, and that's what they categorize me. So don't get it twisted for 1 minute that I'm sitting here kicking Devin Haney, but I'm having a legitimate conversation with a panel about what this looks like for Devin Haney one way or the other way. It is what it is. Not speaking about it doesn't make it not exist. You know what I'm saying? Not talking about it doesn't make it not so. Hold on, Carl. Hold on. Right? Hold on. I also have to cover a super chat that's in here as well. Hold on. I just want to get it out the way. Freedom March back in the building says, y'all ain't asking how Ryan will perform without PEDs. I don't care what most people question. I don't appeal to the majority. I don't know if I care about. I don't know if I care as much. I'm talking about Devin Haney right now, right? I'm not talking about Ryan Garcia, right? When I talk about Ryan Garcia, you'll see me bring up he's dialed in right now. He's a different person right now. Who is Ryan Garcia right now? Is he a more focused fighter? We're going to find out as well. I don't think he has as big of an opposition in front of him as Devin Haney does with Jose Ramirez, him fighting Rolly Romero. But once again, when the topic is about Ryan Garcia, we'll talk about Ryan Garcia. But it doesn't have to be one way or the other. The conversation could be about Devin, and when the conversation is about Ryan, it could be about Ryan. I think you guys
the link is there, Clay. It's like they're linked together.
Yeah, the link is there, but I'm talking about Devin, right?
Right.
Like I'm sorry, like I'm talking about Devin, and I think sometimes the fanatics make it their mission to fight for Devin.
Right.
And I don't think Devin needs anybody to fight for them. I think a conversation can happen about what Devin Haney's going through, and it can just be a conversation about that. I don't think he needs defending because nobody's attacking him. I think we just get caught up in tunnel vision into standing on the right side of a conversation at all times, standing on protocol to make sure we're where we're supposed to be. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's very Democrat Republican-ish. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? I'm going to stand here no matter what. But we're talking about having an unbiased, open panel conversation about a topic that the boxing space is talking about. It's not saying one way or the other. It's just a conversation. Right. I don't know if it needs to be as focused on you guys are attacking Devin as it seems like it is. Go ahead.
And not the point is, and listen, it doesn't, because that's not the dialogue we're in right now, right? We're talking about Jose Ramirez. We're not talking about Ryan as his opponent.
Exactly.
We have to separate that fight because it's the most current thing we live with. This is, again, you're only as good as your last fight. We only remember what was last. We have to move forward. Too many people holding on to these things. I mean, look at bless you. And just look at the situation when you got Tank and Roach right now. Move past that, bro. It was a draw. Okay, we already got the decision. There's no need to keep hanging on to that for 2-3 weeks, and we're still talking about it. Okay, where do you need to fight next? And what about Shakur? And we got to let those things move past. Those are historic moments. We got decisions. We got things moving forward, and we got another fight coming into this person's life. Let them get past that fight. There's a rematch in the way, right? And let that rematch happen when it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I just don't. And I get what you're saying, Clay. It's just like, because I hear it on both sides. Oh, look at the clip. Blah, blah, blah. They put the little video up, the cartoon video of Ryan and Devin. And like, bro, nobody cares. Like, that's so old. But y'all don't want to put the video up. And excuse me, this is just for Taker Bells and the Taker Maniacs, just to say, which I happen to be one of those too, by the way. I got my horn badge. But anyway, it's just for them where they say what, Clay? They say, oh, take this, but then when you watch the sparring tape to the full extent of the sparring tape, Tank got his ass whipped. And they keep saying, well, it was 27 consecutive punches. There was not 27 consecutive punches. Those are different angles, different shots, whatever. But y'all can't accept that. But y'all wanted to accept Ryan, no matter Oscarine, overweight, whatever the case was, beating up on Devin. My point is, that plays a part in a fighter's life. When Tank's getting support for something and Devin's not, Devin is becoming the victim. Like he's saying, I'll be the villain. You know what? I don't mind being Cobra Commander coming out here trying to take over the world. It is what it is. Let's see it happen. And I'm with that, man. I'm really willing to see what he got to do. He's going into to Hell's Kitchen and he's going to have to prove himself.
Yeah. Shout out to 2 Cents and Coach Eddie in the building. What's good with you guys, man? What's good with you guys? I don't know if 2 Cents wants to kick it off, if Coach Eddie wants to kick it off, whichever one you guys want to go ahead and put in. What are we talking about?
2 Cent want to go first. She can go first.
Go ahead, Coach Eddie. I'm doing something real quick. Mm-hmm. Dang, I've been waiting too. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. I agree with everything that's said. Like with me, as far as the Devin fight, I'm looking forward to seeing Devin fight. You know what I mean? I think he has enough tools in the toolbox to make the adjustment. So, like I said, at the end of the day, he just got to go back to a style that works for every fighter, which is the name of the game is hit and don't get hit. If you get hit hard, you're gonna get knocked out, no matter who you are. Well, that's the truth. I didn't
even know. My bad, guys. I ain't with you guys.
Yeah. Like I said, if you get hard, you get hit by a puncher, you're gonna go down. You know what I'm saying? So the name of the game is hit and don't get hit. I think Devin has a deep bag, he has a deep trick bag, and I think he can go back into it and just do his thing. Get back to boxing, get back to using your legs, get back to using that beautiful jab that you got, man. Don't get caught up in the emotion. Like I said, I think he got caught up in the emotion with Ryan Garcia type deal. And me personally, I know a lot of people are just dismissing Rolly Romero, and I don't want to jump on Ryan real quick, but I think Rolly has a puncher's chance. He's a puncher. And, if we seen Ryan Garcia, his chin is kind of questionable because you touch him, he'll go. You know what I'm saying? We seen that. A lot of people forgetting about that. And Rolly does have that type of – Rolly has a concussive type of power. And Rolly has nothing to lose. But I don't want to jump on Ryan too much. But as far as Devin Haney, I think Devin Haney has all the tools to make a strong comeback and to get right back on that horse. And I think he's going to do a master class You know what I'm saying? I really think I want to see that Devin Haney of old. You know, the one that Floyd Senior trained. That one. That's the one that I'm looking forward to seeing. The one that I kind of fell in love with when I seen the young man. I said, "Dang, that kid is moving like an old school fighter." Because I like guys who were up on their toes. I like guys that move around. I like guys that use the ring. I like guys that pop the jab. And that's what Devin Haney was. He kind of got away from that. So he just got to go back in his tool bag and bring it home, you know.
Let me I just want the question to be clear, that the question that was asked, right? And what this is about, right? If Devin Haney loses, and forget about, it's not about him losing, right? But is the pressure on Devin Haney? Can he afford to lose this fight? If he loses this fight with Jose Ramirez, what does that mean for his career at this point for Devin Haney? What does he do on the back end of a loss? He can lose this fight. And the question is, with everything that's built up to this point, with Bill Haney and you know what I'm saying, and how Bill Haney's pushed and marketed his son, on the back end of a loss to Jose Ramirez, is it all over for Devin Haney, or does he just continue to fight? That's the question. Mm-hmm.
No, he just get a smaller paycheck. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it's not over with. He just won't get as much money as he usually does when he fights until you build yourself back up.
It seems like the money bothers him a little bit. Go ahead, Freedom March.
Oh no, it's all good. I say if Devin Haney loses, if he takes a loss to Jose Ramirez, he can't keep pushing with his career, right? He can still go on to have a great career. A lot of great fighters have losses, right? If you go back to the days of the Black Murderers Row, they had losses. If you go back to the 4K originals, they fought each other. They challenged each other. So I don't. So in heroes, you know what I'm saying, that we lose sight of what's really pretty much worth. Are you making it exciting to watch you by putting yourself up against the toughest challenge, right? Jose Ramirez ain't no joke, right? He only lost to Josh Taylor in what's his name that he's fighting? I forgot. But I forget names a lot. But the thing is,
it's called AB.
So he can't bounce back. He just has to, what he has to do is do what he can in the sport.
You're breaking up real bad, right? Freedom.
Hold on.
You're breaking up bad.
So
okay.
Hold on, let me take these earbuds off. Hello?
Yes.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm on. I mean, it's hard for me to be clear, but I was saying was he can lose and go on to be and continue his career and have a great career, you know, because his goal is to challenge himself, and when you challenge yourself, you're more likely to lose, right? You're more likely to have a losing record if you challenge yourself. So that's what he's doing. I applaud him for it. I don't care if he wins or loses. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference between me and most. I got to drink one more thing. I got to go when I get back to work. Am I still here?
Yes, sir. Yeah. We hear you.
Jesus.
We hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you.
All right. I think this ain't no good look right now.
No, you fine.
No, I think he's not hearing. I think he's having an issue with the connection as well.
That tank picture is diabolical, though.
Yeah. I'm gonna move it. I'm gonna move it on to
I didn't even notice that.
I'm gonna move it on to Boxing Hacker, and we're gonna let you move around a little bit, Freedom, and see if that clears up the connection a little bit. Let's let you get up the road a little bit and see what happens. Sounds like you're driving.
Yo, salute to you, Claymore, Ray.
Salute.
What else,
guys? What's up? Hey, so before I even get on to the actual question, I just want to clarify something that was mentioned ahead, and I'm sort of having a conversation in the chat. When it comes to whether if the offering had an effect on the fight with Devin and Ryan, or whether if there was no offering in the question, would Devin and Ryan would have won? Would Devin still lost, or Ryan would have won? That answer can't be validated. I mean, at the end of the day, we can't say the offering had an effect, but we also can't say it didn't have an effect. You know, what we can say, if we want to be very particular about it, is that at the end of the day, the fight was on unfair grounds, right? There are several rules made One fighter followed the rules, the other fighter didn't. So that made the fight completely unfair. This is not subjective; it's completely objective, and that's why it was overturned. So this whole conversation about it didn't have an effect. You can't say that. Like I can have a headache and take Tylenol, and my headache goes away. It doesn't mean the Tylenol made my headache go away. It could just went away, but it doesn't mean that it didn't. Those kind of assertions just can't be made. If we just want to deal in reality.
Okay.
As far as the question about what will happen with Jose Ramirez if Devin were to lose, so I would say this: Devin has his own close fan base. I'm part of that. Ray's part of that. I'm gonna support Devin regardless of anything. You know what I'm saying? However, there is a large part of the boxing fandom that scrutinizes Devin, even for controversial wins. They'll scrutinize Devin. So I would expect that those same people would scrutinize him to the max, and probably call him like, "Oh, his career is over. We told you he was broken. He was never good. He's always fighting little guys." Even though he himself started fighting when he was a kid. So that will happen. But as far as his career being over, no. I mean, Wilder had multiple losses to Fury. He still came back and fought, and Devin can still do the same thing. The possibility of winning and losing in a boxing match, the reality of that is always true. No matter how good you are, as soon as you step in that ring, every fighter has a chance to win, no matter how good you are. So that's something that I want to say right there. But as far as his career be over, no, it's something that obstacle that he'll just have to overcome and probably fight again. It might take a lesser check, but boxing is about what you did for me lately. So as long as you do better in the future, you get over it. And I'll land there.
I agree. 2 Cents. Are you there?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Salute, Queen.
Salute, Queen. How you doing?
What up? Well, I want to say this, right? I hope that Devin does come back and make a return. I hope he returns like Stephen Fulton did. Everybody thought he was done and he wasn't going to be able to return. He came back. He looked regular. He looked fine. You know what I'm saying? He didn't look damaged or nothing like that. So hopefully Devin is able to make their return. But my question has always been about Devin is not about him physically, so to speak. It's more so mentally. He has a lot of things he has to mentally overcome in order to make this comeback, right? You got the scrutiny from the lawsuit, you got all this stuff going on. You got the fact that you feel as though you were cheated and nobody cared. And so it was some things leading up to this fight that I felt like a lot of people overlooked that from my 2 cents, I was like, why is this going on? Like, for instance, Ryan gets suspended for a year, Devin sit out for a year. Ryan's supposed to do 24/7 drug testing. Devin signed up for 24/7 drug testing, and he's showing his drug test that he clean. And I'm like, why are you doing that, Devin? You didn't cheat. You don't have to prove to anybody that you're not a cheater. And then you get Ryan Garcia, who's coming off of a suspension after allegedly cheating, headlining an event for a championship fight with Devin on the undercard, who's in a position now that he has to perform and look good. And if he doesn't, who's going to say what's going to happen to his career? And in my opinion, I just feel like that's not even right. You know what I'm saying? Like, why is Devin in the position to where he has to perform, he has to look perfect, he has to do this and he has to do that, when Ryan Garcia is the one that cheated? Ryan Garcia is the one that got suspended. You get what I'm saying? And so a lot of people feel like I'm taking shots at Devin or something like that when I'm bringing this up, but no, I'm not. It's not right. Like, it's literally not right. Y'all could think I feel however y'all feel about Devin, but it's not cool that this is happening. And Bill definitely had a point when he was speaking about the Mexican fighters, because if you look back, Mexican fighters be cheating, and it's cool. It's cool. Like, nobody, it's no big deal. It ain't a X on their career or nothing like that. Now, granted, I don't necessarily think Ryan Garcia cheated. I do think that he took some supplements to try to cut the weight. That's what I think. That's my opinion. But nonetheless, this shit going on with Devin, I think, is deeper than boxing. Like, I don't know what's going on with Bill and the industry is my question, right? Like, I don't understand what's going on with that, because this situation that Devin's in, it's a lot of pressure on him for him not to even have done nothing. And I feel like Bill is kind of to blame for that, for real. I feel like he really put Devin in this position. I hope Devin is able to overcome it. And if he is, everybody like a good comeback story. He'll probably reignite his fan base. He'll get the attention back on him, and we'll move forward from there. But to say that if he lose, it's over, it's like, damn, I didn't do nothing. But fight like I was supposed to, and I'm in this situation. So The question, if he loses, I don't know. I just think it's a very peculiar situation for him to be in. And I just don't think it's cool. And I don't think that, honestly, him and Bill should have agreed to be on Ryan's undercard. Whether y'all think he getting paid the most or whatever the case may be,
Right.
all money ain't good money, in my opinion. That's just my 2 cents about the situation.
Hold on, Ray. I really want to say something.
Oh, you cut me off. All right, you write it down.
I definitely did. 2 cents. That was the whole point to the question. Everything you said was the whole point of the conversation, right? And it couldn't get there because everybody got very defensive about Devin and didn't want to have the conversation that I was trying to spark up, which is, how is it that Devin Haney has to win this next fight, and if he doesn't win this next fight, his career is over? That's what it's about. I wanted that to be the conversation, right? I was trying to make space for us to have this open panel about the difference in Devin Haney having to win, or black fighters having to win, or their careers be over, and Mexican fighters only having to fight good fights and they're guaranteed to continue to have great fights. That's right. What this is about. This isn't about attacking him. This is about what happens with Devin Haney's career if he loses. Does he have to truly win? Yes or no? If he does not win, does this really mean that his career is over? And if his career is over on the back of a loss, then what's the big elephant in the room? Is there really a racism or a different expectation for certain fighters under one category versus other fighters in other categories? And also, how is Devin Haney going to deal with that? Does he feel that way? Does he feel as if he loses, boxing is going to spit him out? Does he feel as if he loses, he will no longer have value in the boxing space? And is that pressure culminating into something toxic that can affect him in a negative way, even in his performance? Now, as far as the money, and I'll land my plane here and let you have it, Ray, to say that Devin Haney didn't put fights together, and he sued Ryan Garcia because he felt like his brand was hurt so bad that his money was affected. He made statements, and Bill Haney made statements that coincided with the idea of promoters not wanting to pay him anymore, to pay him what he feels like he's worth to be in these fights. And it legitimately stopped him and made him take a hiatus from boxing and focus more energy on Ryan Garcia, because he felt like his career was affected so adversely, right? Blessings on to him. He was blessed to have a Turkey Al-Sheikh who said, listen, he was this close to fighting on BLK Prime, guys, a few months back. He was this close. He's about to fight on BLK Prime. I don't know if people look at it as a good thing or a bad thing, or how people look at it, right? But he was about to fight on BLK Prime, right? Now he has an opportunity to fight with Turkey Al-Sheikh and make good money. But the fights are all pending a victory with Jose Ramirez as far as the Ryan Garcia and these paydays. If he loses that fight, what does that look like for him at this point? Does he still have big paydays ahead of him? I know Turkey doesn't really trip off of people losing that way, but his big payday is Ryan Garcia, and Jose Ramirez stands in between him and Ryan Garcia. So once again, on the back end of a loss, God forbid, to Jose Ramirez, what does Devin Haney's career look like? Taking that into consideration. I'll let you have it, Ray, from there.
Listen, you kind of said everything I was going to say. I was actually going to give just due to 2 cents for a great analysis on what
that was a great breakdown. 2 cents, and, awesome. I loved it.
And literally, the money issue is going to be a factor, right? But why is it a factor? To her point and everyone else's point, and I actually wrote it down as she was talking. It's actually funny. I was like documenting everything. So to her point, you have a fighter, rather Manny Pacquiao, whether it be guy that fought Canelo and then went back down for Crawford. I forgot his name. I don't know why. The Islamic dude, Khan, right? All these guys that have lost and still was able to make their bag. They never lost their money. They never lost their stance in the boxing world. Whereas Even Earl Spence, who lost, is still a big payday. What did he really lose besides not having a good fight, or they wanted to see the rematch because it was a big payday for him? Whereas Devin, if he loses or anything goes wrong in his career, it's like it took a step backwards. I understand where everybody's coming from with that, and that hurts. That hurts your willingness to go forward because of the fans. The fans actually play a big part in how these people think. And when he said he's accepting the victim role, that's cool. A villain role, that's fine. But how does that play out? He figures that he's going to help him with his paydays because people are going to want to see him lose going forward. You lose again, that's going to hurt you. People are not going. They're going to think that you were just one-hit wonder, or as you say, what does he call people? As Devin has put it, a one-trick pony. They're going to believe that. And when they believe that that's how you are, and you've been calling everybody else a one-trick pony, they're going to come to a point of not really pushing against you. But it's sad that it only happens with the fighters of, like as I mentioned earlier, of the Black American fighter. It really only happens to them because you can actually, and Echo can even tap in on this, even the British Black fighters, they don't lose money from losing. They actually just get encouraged to go fight. Where the Black American fighters, their egos sell the fights more than their fights do. The way they present themselves in their press conferences, the way they talk outside of boxing and interviews, that usually promotes them. Devin's not a talker. His dad is. And because his dad keeps putting him on his pedestal, people look at it and like, okay, well, when you get knocked off the mountain, what happens? In Devin's case, he'll fall all the way down to, according to the fans and the people that are surrounding boxing. So it will hurt him. And that's where the question came in with Bill making that statement with the Ramirez situation. And Clay, to your question, if he loses, he does take 6 steps back. That's why I say he has to reset.
Yeah, can I say this real quick?
Do you think that's fair? Do you think that's fair?
No, absolutely. Well, okay. You know what? Who am I to say it's fair? In my opinion,
there's nothing fair in boxing. There's nothing
right, exactly.
It's not, but yeah.
There are some things that.
Let me say this. Can I respond real quick to Ray? Ray, I don't think it's when you say it's their egos. I think more so they're trying to entertain, right? Because they want to keep the eyes on them. They want to be big names and things like that. So I think it's more so of them trying to entertain when it comes to that aspect. But what I really want to say is I think this Devin and Bill thing is like deeper than the fans and they think he cheated. I think it's more of Bill versus the industry at this point. Like, he been bouncing around to these promoters, no telling what type of relationships he's created with them. Then you got him filing the lawsuit. Ain't no telling like how they really felt about that behind the scenes. You get what I'm saying? Like, because if this lawsuit goes through or he win, you don't know what type of change. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just don't really understand the effect of the lawsuit and how that came off to the industry people, right?
Right.
Because, like y'all was just saying, he was about to fight on BLK Prime. Why? Why was he about to fight on BLK Prime? What you get what I'm saying? Why is he being blackballed? Like,
Yeah, to rebuttal that. How many?
Wait, hold on, don't just jump in, Box Anchor, 1 second, because I definitely want to bring in Fight Sports Talk. To also say something, and I also want to let Coach Eddie build, and I gotta get back to Echo as well. So I don't want to.
And I'm going to be quick with my response to that. So, and then you can bring them in real quick. So yeah, to your point, yes, it is a problem with the lawsuit, right? And if that's how we are, this is 2024, 2025, right? When many boxers have lawsuits against other fighters and against promotional companies. So we've seen this throughout the history of boxing. It goes all the way back to the 70s, maybe even before that. Echo's an expert, so he might be able to tap in. But lawsuits have happened in boxing multiple times, and no one has gotten the discredit more than Devin and Bill for this point. And it hurts because the fans, the opposition, and all these other people didn't even support this gentleman when he felt a certain way and they were saying certain things. But I get it. I'm with you, though. I understand. You made great points.
That's what I'm saying. You got to ask why, though, because I hear what you're saying. Like, lawsuits have been filed, this and this and that. So you got to kind of be like, well, why is this one being handled like this? Why is the response to this one like this? And I just believe in some things we don't know, right? But that's just my 2 cents.
No, I think those are great points. I want to bring that full circle back over to Fight Sports Talk. In the building, salute Fight Sports Talk. Before you talk, I got to ask you, how's the weather in New Zealand?
The weather's good, man, and thanks for having me on. As always, it's great to be on my favorite boxing show, and yeah, it's great to be on, guys.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. I don't know if you know what the question was, but we're just basically trying to speak on as far as the Devin Haney situation. Why so much pressure on him to win? And if he does lose this fight, this whole entire idea of his career being over, or him being not being the fighter that people have come to accustom to believe he is. Why is that all on the line for him? And it does his career take a step back, unrecoverable. You know what I mean? Is this a big deal? Is the pressure on Devin Haney to win, with the consequence being his career on the line?
Yeah, I believe so. And I think the reason for that is it's similar to Teofimo Lopez. It's similar to Mike Tyson, which I debated Mike Tyson's legacy on another show the other day. It's because of the expectations and the hype behind him. Because of that, when there is hype behind you to the extent there is behind Devin, then the expectations are bigger. And regardless of what role PEDs played in that fight against Ryan Garcia, people look at that and say, well, that doesn't really match the hype. So therefore, he comes back again. He takes a year off. He comes back against Ramirez, who is good, but kind of tailor-made for him. The expectations is, well, he should be going through this guy pretty easily if he is the next Floyd Mayweather. So yeah, if he loses, it's a big fall down because of, again, the hype that has been behind him for so long. Same thing, I think, with Teofimo Lopez, because the hype behind him after he beat Loma was huge, and now he's struggling with guys who shouldn't be challenging him that much. He's showing limitations, and people say, well, this isn't, given what you've been talking about, Mr. Lopez, this isn't really good enough. So with Devin, it's similar. Again, the hype and the amount of his father contributes to this a lot. With the amount of talking Bill Haney does, people say, well, if he's really all of that, then he should be looking a lot better than he is. So yeah, that's why the expectation is so big.
Wow.
And his career is on the line.
I like that. That's definitely some perspective. I'm going to bring it over to Steph Brown, and then we'll come over to Coach Eddie, and then we'll come full circle. But go ahead, Steph. How you doing, by the way, brother?
I'm good, Claymore. Good to see you and Ray. Thanks for having me on. Hey, just a couple comments. I'm here at work like Freedoms as well. Kind of want to piggyback off what 2 Cent says about the whole Devin situation. For starters, I said this then, and I'll continue to say it now. In my opinion, if I were Devin in that case, there's no way I would do business with these people ever again. Ever. I believe that's how you teach them a lesson, and that's how you just let it be and keep moving forward. Again, I would not be doing business with them. That I would not be breaking bread with them at all. Lastly, I just want to comment on the whole lawsuit situation with Devin. A lot of us have heard many different things, and we all have our opinion on and what we think. I got no beef with what people think about it. But this is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. Devin is suing the man because he broke contractual obligations. They knew he cheated. They knew he was overweight, and they knew he was unprofessional, and they still went through the fight with a restructured contract. After that fight, when everything is broken and everything, all the hoopla is gone, everything's about to ramp back up, and they go to them and say, cool, man, you got us, but now it's time to pay up. They did not pay up. That's why he sued him. The language in that lawsuit, I know we get battery and assault and things. I believe, this is my opinion now, that's just the language. That's just how they represent themselves. And since Ryan was at an advantage of using PEDs, yeah, he did put that man's life in harm. Yes, I know it's combat fighting. Yes, I know it's prize fighting. Yes, this is boxing. People can get hurt and or die at any given moment. Your life is on the line every time you step in the squared circle. I agree with that and know that. Yes. But that is the language they're using, and that goes to go against Ryan and Golden Boy. Hence why Golden Boy and Ryan they're not really speaking on it. They haven't spoken on it, whether their lawyers say they can or can't. That's why, because they're settling with that situation and they know that's the real deal. I just want to come on and say that. Um, and you guys be well, man. God bless you and continue on, Clay. I love your show, man. Every time I tune in, brother, you got something great going on here. And it's great, man. Righteous stuff. Y'all be well.
I
God
appreciate
bless
you,
Steph.
Steph Brown. Thank you for your input, man. Salute, salute, salute. All right, man. Well, let's bring it over to Coach Eddie. So, Coach Eddie, anything to add to this particular topic right here? We are going to move on from the topic as well and jump into other boxing conversation as well. But you know, this is always these conversations always turn out very interesting whenever we're either talking about Tank or we're talking about Devin Haney. But this is an objective conversation, and it's not about, you know, Devin Haney being worth it or not worth it, but ultimately, how does the boxing industry treat Devin Haney on the back end of a loss to Jose Ramirez? And I want everybody to take this in consideration. Let's talk about this in an objective way, because Devin Haney almost fought on BLK Prime on his last fight. This almost happened, and it didn't happen by chance. It happened because in essence, Devin in some ways may have been blackballed from the industry, but I think more importantly when it comes to Devin and Bill was the money. They believe that they're supposed to be highly paid prize fighters, and on the back end of a loss to Ryan Garcia, his market value was affected in an adverse way. Hence the lawsuit. So my question is, being that it doesn't seem like Devin Haney has a lot of options in boxing right now, it seems like Turkey Al-Sheikh is the one who's supporting him, who's pushing him through, and who has faith in him and willing to pay him what he thinks he's worth. On the back end of a loss to Jose Ramirez, being that the big fight that's on the line is Ryan Garcia, where does Devin Haney's career go at this point? And not only where does it go, but where is Devin Haney and his team willing to go in order to build themselves back up on the back of a loss like this? Or in essence, do they just walk away to a game that's going to be saying you're no longer worth what you think you're worth? We're only willing to pay you like this kind of fighter right now. Does Devin Haney accept that and fight his way back to the top, or is this it for him? Does he not go backwards from a spot that he feels like he's earned for himself to be in?
Can I drop it after?
Absolutely. Like I say, 100%. A loss is definitely going to be a step back. This is a must win. But like I said, if it doesn't, it's definitely going to affect his pay scale. So everything, I think everybody kind of hit all the solid points already. I guess one point that I would maybe like to add is the fact that when Devin lost, it was almost like a rejoicing for the two fan bases. And I'm gonna say that Tank Davis fan base, they celebrated like it was 1999 when Devin lost that fight, and that's a fact. You know what I'm saying? They went on a celebration tour like Tank won or something. I mean, it is. So that kid is catching. Even before the fight, he was already catching it anyway. You know what I mean? And after the fight, it just got even worse. So now he's in the position where he must win this fight. I'm not gonna say he look impressive. He just needs to win. He just needs to keep winning and keep winning. And if he goes and he beats Ryan Garcia, I think Ryan Garcia would kind of fade back into obscurity. If you ask me, because before the Devin Haney fight, a lot of people wouldn't hound Ryan Garcia. He was inconsistent. He was always pulling out of fights. He was always making excuses, and people were down on Ryan Garcia. So this is almost remind me of what Deontay Wilder did to Tyson Fury. Devin Haney kind of resurrected Ryan Garcia's career, if you ask me. Now it's up to Devin Haney to put Ryan Garcia back into obscurity. And like I say, because if he doesn't, he's gonna take him a while to rebuild himself. To get back to that platform.
Yeah, I think it is what it is. I'm gonna let Echo, and then I'm gonna bring it back to you, Boxing Echo. Echo, was there any perspective that you know what I mean? Are you understanding a little bit more, kind of like what the point of of the topic is? Because I know it's a lot of pushback on it, but just the fact that I just want everybody to take into consideration, and I already said it, but I'll repeat it to you real quick and land the plane and say that Devin Haney is a prize fighter. Devin Haney believes he has a certain market value. Devin Haney wasn't willing to take fights through Top Rank or through Matchroom or deal with those fights because he didn't feel like he was getting offered the right money. He walked away from a Liam Paro negotiation. He walked away from other fights that were on the table, and he put out statements saying that it was because of the money. Well, that being said, if Devin Haney right now, who's in the money where he wants to be, loses this fight, it takes away a lot from his market value now, without a doubt, to take 2 back-to-back losses. What does Devin Haney choose to do? How does this affect his career? And is his career as he knows it over? Is it a new career now that he has to rebuild?
You mean if he loses this fight? You mean
if on the back end of God forbid, a loss to a Jose Ramirez specifically?
I think it depends on how he loses. If he lost by a KO, then that would be big. But if he lost by a close decision or maybe something that could be disputed, whether, the majority of people thought he won and it was a bad decision, basically, he can get over that. But a lot of boxers have been knocked out and come back and done well. But in today's, society now, what we are now, we're very judgmental. The fans, everybody, that one loss is a bomb. You know what I mean? It's like that's the problem nowadays.
Well, how does Devin deal with it? Because yes, boxers have done this before, but the comeback was there was a step back without a doubt, and there was a certain amount of humility that had to be embraced by the fighter to be willing to work their way back up. And you understand what I mean, Echo?
Yeah.
Like, does Devin have it in him to work his way back up? Does he have the ability to accept that he's no longer what he thought he was, and now he has to prove himself to show that he is that again, to earn that money? Is he willing to go? Does he show you the character of somebody who's willing to go through that and weather that storm and be that kind of fighter that takes less pay now, that embraces his value in the space now? Or does he walk away?
Well, I think he's got a lot of tenacity because obviously, to do what he did against Garcia and to carry on and whatever, that's shown a lot. And I don't think he's a quitter. I don't
think he is either. I'm not going to lie. I don't think so.
I don't think he's a quitter. I don't think he's just going to drift off into the sunset if he loses. He's going to go back again to the drawing board, I think. But who knows? I can't mind read this.
Yeah, we don't know.
Really knows.
Yeah, we definitely don't know. We definitely don't
know. We don't know.
Definitely speculation, 100%. I'm on my Pierce Morgans right now, so I'm causing drama.
Clay,
I'm on my Pierce Morgan right now. Trust me, I'm causing trouble. I'm stirring shit up.
But how do we really know how he's feeling or what he's thinking? The facts are he lost the fight to Garcia, on the cards or whatever.
Yeah.
But Garcia was, he had the peds in his system, and that was the rules broken.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on how he's viewed everything. And if he's, like I said, he's rationalized the things that he did do wrong. But he shouldn't have took the fight anyway because there were rules broken well before the fight.
Right.
But
it's talking about he's money driven.
Waiting over.
It's about that money.
Waiting over and agreeing to that fight and complaining about it, that's not a good thing either.
Yeah.
Because he agreed to the terms. Obviously, he didn't know he had Austrian in his system. But he agreed to the weight being over. He goes, okay, you paid me the money, blah, blah, blah. Whether he paid him that money or not, that's immaterial. But you still can't complain about it after the fact that you've accepted the terms. And that kind of bothered me a lot when I thought, how's he going to deal with a real loss?
But he didn't complain about it at first. Remember when he lost to Ryan in the beginning, he was just like, it's all part of Allah's plan. He was a better man. Hopes he gets a rematch on better grounds. He wasn't like, oh, it was because he was overweight. It was only when
Nobody complained about it. He still said that Ryan came in overweight. He still used that as part of the.
No, he said that he only when he was there, he only said he hopes that he gets a rematch on better terms, which is fair. I mean, Ryan came in overweight. He didn't agree for Ryan to come in overweight, but Ryan came in at a weight that it was really close to the fight. It was like the day before the fight, and he was at 143. So if he had chosen not to fight Ryan, it would look bad on him. Like so.
But that was a negotiation they had between each other.
Huh?
That was a negotiation that between. He said, "Yeah, you could do that. I'll pay you X amount, whatever."
No, so that's
and he agreed to it.
That's where the discrepancy. He never gave Ryan the authority to come in overweight. He said, "I bet you."
No. He said that after the fight, after he'd weighed over, he said, "Yeah, I'll fight you, but you've got to pay. I'll give you this much money."
Yeah,
And
so
he agreed to it. He could have said no.
He made a bet that Ryan was gonna miss weight. That's what happened. He didn't say,
Well-
Ryan, come in overweight, I'll pay you extra. He made a bet. He said, I don't think you can make weight. I bet you're not gonna make weight. It's like me saying, I bet you're gonna miss your rent. It's not me telling you to miss your rent. I'll pay you if you miss your rent. I'm saying, no, I don't think you can make your rent. I don't think you can make weight. You know, and at that point, hold on one second, Fight Talk, Sports Talk. At that second, when Ryan did miss weight, people always say you have this option, right? But you have to look at it, and I think Sean Porter said it best. It was a double-edged sword because if Devin says, I'm not gonna fight you because he came in 3 pounds over, it's gonna look bad against him, especially like doing business in the future. You know, because it's a mega fight, bets are already being made. You know, it's not just like a small fight where you can just be like, oh, I just want to replace the opponent. You know, and it's the day before. It's not, and it's even bigger than the Kid Austin situation at that point, you know. So at that point, it was like there were no good options. So the best option was him to take the match with incentive. That was literally the best option. You know, but people don't want to talk about that.
It was a option. I don't know. Hindsight says it was the best option, but it was definitely a option. And listen, we don't need to beat around the bush to say that at the end of the day, it's about money. He did it for the money. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and this is kind of like bleeds into like what Gabe Rosado was saying just a little bit, to saying that you allowed money to play you. You allowed money to put you in a position that you weren't supposed to be in. You got pimped out. You got tried. You let Ryan play with your face, and now you're on his undercard. You know what I'm saying? Once again, driven by what? Money. You know what I'm saying? Because you want the biggest payday. Instead of having your own card on BLK Prime and making your own movement, you're allowing the pay to put you in a position that looks subservient to the powers that be. Now, I'm just speaking frankly, right? I'm speaking frankly to say that objectively across the space, there's a legitimate argument to say that Devin Haney and Bill Haney are money driven, that they're here and that they're true prize fighters at the end of the day. They used to be more legacy fighter at one point in their career, but today they are way more prize fighter, have way more prize fighter energy than legacy, right? So they've allowed this prize fighting chapter in their career to kind of put them in some compromised situations. The prize fighting part of their career has allowed them to concede to things that don't benefit them, that put them in a position of removes all their leverage, puts them in a position to take a lot of the short end of the stick, we can say. And they've paid for it in a bad way, unfortunately.
So let me land with something real quick, Clay. Hold on one second, Ray. So here's the thing about that situation. So there's a lot of unfair criticism that I think Devin Haney gets hit with, right? You know, we can all attest to say that at the end of the day, regardless of how they got there, Devin Haney knew at the stipulations Ryan was coming overweight. He made 143 instead of 140. We can accept that, right? At the end of that fight, Devin Haney did acknowledge Ryan as the winner. He just said it was an honest plan. He literally said that. It's not to say that he tried to diminish Ryan's win or anything. The true accusation came out after the Austrian situation, which was beyond his control. He did not know about him being an Austrian until after the fight. So to say that he normally knew all the stipulations, that's not correct either. The lawsuits came because of the Austrian. Everything that people are talking about, oh, you don't sue people for battery. Battery is not because he got battery doesn't happen because he always happen because he get beat up. No. The reason why he sued for battery is because he never gave consent to fight somebody on Austrian. That's why. And battery is when you don't give consent for somebody to touch you. It's unwanted touching. So he never gave consent. Therefore, if I'm a lawyer, I have to sue for that because that's what happened. You know, but people will sit here and start making accusations. Oh, this is the first time a fighter ever sues for battery. He never sued for assault. Yeah, there's assault and battery. That's not what happened. People are ignoring all these situations about this. Even with the whole, we can even talk about the whole Fatal Fury card. If you want to talk about why is Devin it's actually a co-main event. It's not the undercard. It's a co-main to a stack card. If we want to be literal about the stuff. Because people want to make it seem like the undercard and co-main are the same thing. They're not. When you hear a fight, they're divided into divisions. Preliminaries, undercard, co-main, and main event. 4 divisions, right? So he's on the co-main. And the only reason he's really on co-main is because Ryan versus Rolly as a fight is more popular than Devin versus Ramirez and Tio versus Barbosa. if Tio and Devin were fighting each other, there's a good chance that Ryan Roley would be the co-main of that fight. It's based on the popularity of the fight. It's not, you have to look at the fight in totality versus one fighter. Because if you look at one fighter versus one fighter, Ryan was only on pay-per-view. His highest selling point was with Devin and with Tank.
Right, but boxing hacker, right? And
Yeah.
I think everything you're saying you're checking some legitimate boxes, right? But I just don't want to stray away from the point of the topic, right? It's not about Devin Haney. What it's about is Devin Haney has shown that Devin and Bill Haney have shown for a while now, and especially in that fight with Ryan Garcia, that they've been trying to become big prize fighters. That's what they've focused on. And this is important because if that's the case, if their goal is to be the biggest prize fighters, right? When you look at Errol Spence, for example, who hasn't fought in however many years, when you look at Jamal Charlo and Jamel Charlo, who are just about to make their return, there are arguments out there that the reason these guys haven't fought since their last fights is because of money. It's because of the prize. The prize has steered them away from the ring. The legacy is gone, right? It's all about the biggest bags of money. You watch Terrence Crawford and you see how he's fighting very selectively and how he's chosen not to fight anymore until September to protect the bag with Canelo Alvarez, right? So the point is, if Devin and Bill are indeed in this space right now on a prize fighting level, and that's why they're here, and they're willing, and they've shown their willingness to not fight if the money isn't right. On the back end of a loss to Jose Ramirez, this will affect their ability to make money. Will this affect his career, and will he choose to fight, humble himself, go back X amount of steps to build himself back up to this? Or is he at a point of no return right now where if the money isn't right, he's just not interested anymore? I want to go ahead and move forward, though, and I'm going to let Fight Sports talk because I know he wanted to tap in, and I'm going to move on with the topic as well.
I needed to push back on you. I was trying to do that before Boxing Hacker.
Okay, go ahead, Ray. Go ahead.
I just want to say this. Yes, I agree with you. I think they have become prize fighters, but let's look at the point of why they became prize fighters, because they believed that winning the championships was going to bring them the prize. They still are legacy driven. I think they still are pushing to be the best in the division, to be the champions. And I think the money is supposed to come with the belts. And I believe wholeheartedly that they fought their livelihood, their whole careers to be champions, and the champions they always put first, championship. And they believed that money was coming along with that bag. That's why they pushed so hard to fight the Ryan fight, because they knew him. They knew on the back end of fighting Ryan that they can actually go up to the next division or do something to bring more money to their stature as a champion. And they were probably looking to forward that into another title in the division. But when things went downhill, right, what happens is they didn't get the bags they were expecting. They lost value in the fights. Promoters didn't want to work with them. Now, a lot of that could be said that it's their own fault. I'm not taking any side on that, and it's not because of favoritism. What I'm saying is we don't know. You know what I mean? We don't know what happened behind the scenes, as Two Cents alluded to. But what we do know is that they always put the belts first. And even when Devin decided that he was going to put the belts to this, they wanted him to drop the belt, he continued to be champion. He continued to want to run with his belt and fight for his defend his title. So having defenses also builds your stature and your cash flow. So I think to say that they're only money, or they only became money driven, maybe to a point, Clay, but I think that the title still meant a lot to them, because I think Devin likes being called a champ. I think he likes having the belt around his waist. And I think that's one of his goals, to even fight Barrios if he can at any point. And he didn't mind fighting Boots if it ever came up to this point at 147. He already spoke on it. So I think championship is first, and I think he believes the prize comes with the title.
No doubt. Yeah, I think.
Can I just say one thing real quick? Like, it's gonna take like 10 seconds. As far as like the whole missing weight thing and all that stuff, like I said, Ryan Garcia, he hijacked the show, because they would have blamed Devin Haney for pulling out of the fight instead of blaming Ryan Garcia for missing weight. And I'm gonna leave it right there.
Yeah,
You're right.
yeah.
No, I definitely agree. I think look, I
dropping
definitely
guys,
think
okay?
that the Haney's
Salute you guys.
have been put between a rock and a hard place, 100%, without a doubt. Rock and a hard place. You know what I'm saying? Trying to make it in this game. I'm not trying to judge them, but I am trying to be fair about the assessment and objective. It's not about crucifying them, but in all reality, the moment that the Haney's have decided to commit to making the biggest amounts of money and willing to compromise a lot for the money, they've compromised a lot for the money, man, and it's not affected them in a positive way. You know what I'm saying? Here they are today, still in the fight, but the question is, you know, when the money's not there, what are they going to do? Go ahead, Fight Sports Talk.
No, we can. What I'm going to say is stuff that I'll say before the fight happens. It's it's just some of my opinion on the Haney's. But again, we got plenty of time before the fight, so I'll just say it on the show then. We move on, I guess.
Okay, no problem. I want to bring in I want to take this conversation to 154.
Yes.
Boxing is getting ready to leave. I want to talk about 154, and I want to talk about the biggest story going on in 154 right now, which is Jermell Charlo post training video declaring 154 is mine. Looks like we're expecting Jermell Charlo to come back into the division after a long hiatus. Last fight being in 2023, in May of 2023. Going about 18 months. In the last fight we saw him, my great co-host Ray Davis has always said that you judge a fighter by the last fight they were in. Well, the last fight that he was in, it was lackluster to say the least. What are we looking at now with Jermell Charlo coming into 154? How does this affect it? Does Jermell Charlo compete at this level? 35 years old, guys. 35 years old. Coming back into a hornet's nest of a division at 154 right now, where you've got Sebastian Fundora, 6'6" phenom. You know what I'm saying? At 154, just difficult for anybody to get in the ring with, and hungry fighters in Virgil Ortiz, Bakram Muratalla, young fighters like Xander Zayas, dark horses like Charles Conwell, just in irky jerky high pedigree fighters like Israel Madrimov in the division. How are we looking at Jermell Charlo's return into the space right now to 154?
Well, if he actually is going to come back, I love it, because I've been a big fan of Jermell Charlo for a long time, and I've been I have gone on the record multiple times and said the way he fought Canelo Alvarez was disgraceful, and I say that as a fan of Charlo, but it's because of how he and his brother act. And I just thought, okay, you should have never taken the fight if you were going to fight like that. And I never questioned the guy's character to come back because he could, and he didn't get hurt in the Canelo fight. It just seemed like he was enjoying his money a bit too much, and I don't begrudge him for that. But it's disappointing. I was a little bit disappointed because I feel 154 is the best division in boxing, and I think, the way that Muratalla may have sent Tim Tszyu into early retirement, I thought, well, that was just further evidence that Jermell Charlo could beat all of these guys. I still think he's competitive with every single one of them. So if he's coming back, I love it. In terms of who he should fight, I'll say this: he could fight anybody. He could fight Ramos, he could fight Muratalla, he could fight Ortiz, he could fight Xander Zayas, although Zayas is probably going to fight Fundora. He could fight all of them, and if he is able to pick up some decent wins in this division, then, and I'm not talking about becoming undisputed again, if he just beats, I'd say, two of the big names, then we've got to look at Jermell Charlo as one of the, I'm not going to say how great, but he'll go down as one of the better fighters of this generation. So yeah, if he's going to come back, I love it.
No doubt. Let me bring in my brother. I'm a co-host on his show. Probably
Blue Blood.
I don't know. Blue, where's your show at? Number 2, number 1? I don't know. You got to give Showbiz his props. What he's doing. You got to give Boxing Voice their props as well. They're doing work in there, but this is definitely top three, and I'm glad to be a part of it. Blue Blood Sports TV. Play. Yeah, salute to Blue Blood Sports TV.
What's good? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
You're good, man. You're good.
so low I can't hear y'all now. I don't know why.
That's
Oh,
because
you
you in
don't
that
hear us
sports
now?
car.
Well, we hear you. It's probably because of the bomb. We hear you. Do you hear us?
Salute my brothers. Salute my co-host Claymore Rain in the building. My
Yeah,
brother, man, Ray Davis, what's goody?
man. We out here.
Echo, what's goody, man? Hey, man. Listen, man,
I'm
I've
good.
been listening to y'all, and I don't just say this just because my brother, my co-host, man, but I look forward to this, man, on Mondays and on Fridays when there ain't no show, man. I be in the gym, same music on repeat, you know what I'm saying? It get boring, man. I like to listen. This get me through, man. I almost missed my appointment listening to y'all, man. All facts, man. Salute to y'all, man. But I just wanted to chime in real quick on the situation with Devin Haney. Shout out to 2 Cents, man, because she made some great points, right? And I just wanted to say this when it comes to Devin Haney. See, I've been around this situation from the very beginning, and the issue with Devin Haney and the hate, and the issue is that Devin Haney was a blue chip prospect, right? Devin Haney was well revered, and everybody wanted to sign Devin Haney. Floyd Mayweather, Top Rank, everybody. They wanted to sign Devin Haney, right? He's touted as the next Floyd Mayweather. You know what I'm saying? Can't miss. You can't miss. You got to sign Devin Haney. Everybody wanted to sign him. Bill Haney said, listen, he told Floyd wanted to sign him. This is where Bill and Floyd relationship somewhat soured because Floyd thought it was a foregone conclusion. My family's training him. You train in my gym. He gonna sign with us. Bill told Floyd, why would I sign with you when you taught me the game? You taught us the game. You gave us the green print. You said don't sign with nobody. Make the money yourself. Keep the money yourself. So why would I sign with you or anybody else? No disrespect. So he refused. Bill refused to sign with anybody because he said, listen, we taking the Mayweather green print from the very beginning. What you did as money, Mayweather, we gonna do it from the very beginning and take all the money. And that's where the relationship showered. I don't know if y'all remember this interview that Champside did with Bob Arum and Eddie Hearn when Lomachenko was fighting Luke Campbell. Champside did this interview. Y'all can check this out. And Champside and Eddie Hearn asked Bob Arum, if Lomachenko beats Luke Campbell, Devin Haney's the WBC mandatory, are you going to give Devin Haney an opportunity? Bob Arum's response was, no, Devin Haney should have signed with us. Yep. He signed with the wrong people. He stayed independent. That's not our problem. The industry, the hate doesn't come from Devin Haney. The hate comes from the fact that Bill Haney has decided to stay independent throughout their career, stay flexible. The problem is Bill Haney is not somebody who is supposed to be smart. He's the LeVar Ball of boxing, right? He's not supposed to be a smart father. He's supposed to sign his son rights over to one of these promoters, let them do what they do and make money off of Devin Haney, but they can't do that. And so I had to disagree with my brother Clay. He said they fighting as prize fighters for the money. No, Bill and Devin been fighting for legacy from the beginning because the only fighter has made more money than Devin Haney throughout his career is Tank. Devin Haney has been making buku money throughout his career from the very beginning because of his independence. So Bill Haney is extremely smart. He takes so much money. See, let me tell y'all something else that y'all may not be aware of. Rachel Donaire, I'm pretty sure she's aware of this. Bill Haney, let me tell you what he does. When he makes fights, now I personally experienced this. When Devin Haney fights, you may not see them, but when Devin Haney fights, a part of Devin Haney agreeing to Top Rank or to DAZN with Matchroom, to whoever, you have to have his promotional company get a portion that's separate from Devin Haney. And you have to have at least 2 of his fighters on the undercard, whether they televise or not. That is a part of the deal. If you want to bring Devin Haney on, right, you have to make these people a part of the deal. And you got to put on 2 of Devin Haney's fighters. So the issue is when Devin Haney lost, now it's the business can say, okay, now you took a loss. Now your value took a hit. So the reason why, right, and the other brother that was speaking about the case with him suing, a part of the people always harper and focus and highlight battery. That's not the point. That wasn't the focal point of him taking Ryan Garcia to court. The battery just was the wordplay, as the great brother just said, that had to be involved in the contract, because in order for Devin Haney to have a leg to stand on, he had to say, well, why are you doing this other than how can you prove your money is being, you understand? So, well, he bet I took punishment, so on and so forth. That had to be a part of the conversation. But people choose to look at that part and focus on that part and say, oh, well, he's a prize fighter and he's suing for battery. They're not reading. Nobody's focused on anything else but the battery part of the conversation. Not the focus, not the point that Oscar De La Hoya and Bernard Hopkins got repaid. Not the point that Golden Boy got repaid. Everybody got compensated except Devin Haney. The compensation that Devin Haney received was just getting his fight overturned, but he was the actual fighter in the ring that took the punishment that night. So why did Oscar De La Hoya receive a paycheck? That's your fighter who cheated. Why are you getting compensated? Well, I'm getting compensated. Nobody talks about that Oscar De La Hoya made sure he got repaid, because he would have sued Ryan Garcia as well, because he lost money because Ryan Garcia cheated. But they compensated Oscar De La Hoya. They compensated Golden Boy Promotions. Everybody got repaid except Devin Haney. So Bill Haney's point was, hold on, wait a minute. It's my duty as Devin Haney Promotions, DHP, to take Golden Boy and Ryan Garcia to court to get compensated for what took place. Because not only did we take punishment in the ring, but our value took a hit. Why? Not because Devin Haney's not exciting. No, his value took a hit because now all the promoters and the managers in these networks can now say, oh, you wanted to be independent? Now we got an argument. Your value took a hit. Now I ain't got to pay you what you're looking for. Now I don't got to give you no $3 million. Bill Haney starts, and I'm telling you this, and Bill don't mind me telling you guys this. Bill Haney starts the negotiations with Devin Haney at $3 million.
Right.
That was Shakur Stevenson's highest payday in his last fight. Bill Haney starts the conversation with everybody, $3 million, or don't even talk to me. And guess what? Because Devin Haney's viewed as the next Floyd Mayweather, so on and so forth, these companies, the businesses, they said, okay, cool, we're going to pay him. So they paid Devin Haney. But once it came to the point where they felt like, oh, this dude value took a hit, it's like anything else in business. You was holding this leverage over our head. And now the stool has been kicked up from underneath you. And now we have the leverage. So guess what? Eddie Hearn, look how quickly Eddie Hearn switched. Hey, listen, man. The fight got overturned, and Eddie Hearn like, hey, man, I ain't got, because it's business.
Right.
Why am I going to overpay you now?
Right.
I don't got to overpay you. Right. And so Bill and Devin thing from the very beginning was, Devin is not a big talker, never have been. Right. If anybody here ever spent time around Devin Haney, he don't talk. It's not that he's shy of anything. Like, I've been to Devin Haney's house, right? I've been in the gym when he's in his house, when he's in the sauna. He'll ask 3 words, 4 words. Everybody else talking, hey, what you think about this? He's very, very focused on boxing. He's very locked in on boxing. And Bill Haney understands that. Devin Haney don't want to be out here trash talking. He don't want to do none of that, right? He's still young, so every now and then you see him jump on Twitter. He go back and forth with fighters, but Bill understands that. So Bill had to take the role. Okay, well, if you ain't gonna talk, we got to talk. Somebody got to talk.
Right.
Closed mouths don't get fed. So Bill Haney took the role. Okay, I'll be the pincushion. I'll take all the heat. I'll take all the hits. That's why Bill Haney jumps on and he says, "Oh, if you got something to say it to Bill Haney." Bill Haney, he makes himself available, right? And so, yeah, people don't, again, right? People want to, you get to a point where I'm not trying to hear from Bill Haney. I want to hear from Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? It gets to that point. But the problem is now Devin is still at the point where he's like, bro, I don't want to talk. You know what I'm saying? But now he has grown to the point where I think that he has to speak. He has to, you know what I'm saying, be more vocal. He has to put his best foot forward. He has to make himself available. He has to answer these questions. He has to, you know what I'm saying, explain more. I think that's just natural. You know what I'm saying? But that's the reason. 2 cents. You guys, you know, doing, you know, I love listening to the show. But yeah, that's the reason why. So Bill Haney has bucked the system from the very beginning. When Devin Haney was quote unquote the LeBron James of prospects coming into the sport of boxing as a pro, everybody wanted to sign him. Let me give you another little gem. When Floyd wanted to sign Shakur. He played around with the signing with Shakur Stevenson. He didn't sign Shakur Stevenson because he felt like he had Devin Haney in the bag. I don't really need Shakur. This is before he signed Tank. His first option was Devin Haney, not Tank Davis, not Shakur Stevenson. It was Devin Haney. He grew sour because Bill Haney was like, listen, bro, we're not signing with you. And he automatically thought that it was going to be a foregone conclusion. Devin and Bill, they're going to sign with me. My family trained him. You know what I'm saying? He's cutting out cloth. We've been training him since he was 5-6 years old. You know what I'm saying? So ain't no and you got to keep in mind Floyd Mayweather was still active. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like this was Floyd Mayweather who was retired. No, this is Floyd Mayweather was still active, still fighting, and still doing massive numbers. So he thought that my aura, you know what I'm saying? You with my family, you automatically gonna sign with me. And Bill was like, bro, why would I sign with you? That's an oxymoron. You the one that telling us, putting us on game with the green print and telling us don't sign with nobody. Don't be a prisoner to no promotional company. And then we gonna sign to you? How does that work? And Floyd was like, he soured on that. You know what I'm saying? And then remember, that's how the whole thing came. Floyd used to, I see, I was there, right? So Floyd used to brag about Devin Haney more than he ever bragged. You think he bragged about Tank? No, the way he used to brag about Devin Haney to people, man, you got to see the 2.0. He called Devin Haney his 2.0. That's why he called up Adrian Broner. You ain't got nobody for my fighter, Devin Haney. And Broner was like, I got Tank Davis over here. That's how the whole sparring session came about.
100%. So that being
and Floyd
said,
was
right,
like, bro, we'll go to Baltimore. He believed in Devin so much.
That being said, right, I'm in Fight Sport. I'm gonna let you get in right after I finish saying what I'm about to say. That being said, right, because this is what this conversation is about, right? I'm
gonna go out and come back in because I can't hear y'all, man.
Okay. What I'm gonna say, and I'll let Fight Sports sing. That being said, everything that Blue said was actually factual, right? I was aware of about, I would say about 95% of it. It was some parts I wasn't always aware of, but yeah. That's my whole point, though, right? If he loses to Jose Ramirez, everything that Blue said, if he loses to Jose Ramirez, bro, does this throw a big enough wrench into what they came in this game to be, which is independent, being that they'll have to pay for their own fights, or they'll have to accept the fact that they're going to have to lower their tier in value and market value and how they get paid. And it doesn't seem like I said, it doesn't seem like. And the one thing I'll change, and that Blue brought to the table that made me change something, is to say Devin and Bill have always been prize fighters. They didn't just become prize fighters, right? From the beginning, they were searching for the biggest bag, positioning themselves to get the most money, getting paid as DHP and getting paid as Devin Haney, the fighter. They always positioned themselves in to be the biggest prize fighters. Hence what the lawsuit was all about, right? The lawsuit was about, you hurt my money. You hurt my money. The way I make money, the value I bring to the table, my leverage, my ability to negotiate from the standpoint that I was always able to negotiate from to get the most money. If he loses this fight with Jose Ramirez, does this hurt their leverage enough to where consideration is being made as to whether or not we should even continue boxing or not? I just want to go on record for anybody who wants to know where I stand on it, because what I'm doing, like I said, I'm on my Piers Morgan's right now. I'm putting out legitimate arguments, you know what I'm saying? Valid arguments for us to talk about. But in all reality, me personally, I'd like to believe that they have the grit to get it all back again, no matter what they lose, that they believe in themselves, that they are who they are, that, you know, one step back doesn't mean that they're going to, you know, walk away from the whole situation, that they'll build it back up and probably build it back up bigger than it ever was. But once again, just as point of topic for us to talk about, how does this affect them on the back end of a loss? And is there any legitimacy in the arguments that are being made across the space right now about how important it is for Devin Haney to win this fight with Jose Ramirez, that everything is legitimately on the back of this win, and on the back of a loss, it could be finito for Devin Haney. Go ahead, Fight Sports.
Yeah, well, I was just going to respond to a number of things that Blue Blood said, but if he's gone, I guess I don't know. Is he coming back or?
He said he was.
He said he was, but you know he's moving around, so don't expect it. If you want to just say it anyway, for sure.
Well, yeah. Part of the criticism Devin gets from the industry, like Bob Arum, is that he has been independent. We've seen this with Terence Crawford. We saw this eras ago with Roy Jones. We've seen it also with Canelo Alvarez a bit in this era. But I think the fighter who's been hit the hardest or had to deal with the most bias, I guess you should say, from being independent is Alexander Usyk. So Devin's been able to do it from a very young age. So that's part of the reason, or that's one of the reasons why he gets criticized. But I mean, I don't know if Blue Blood's coming back, but I don't think that's why the Lomachenko fight didn't happen. I mean, I don't think Lomachenko avoided Haney. I think that was a combination of Bob Arum and the WBC playing games. But as far as Devin, I mean, again, the lawsuit, it was all about his market value was unfairly ruined because Garcia cheated. But then I haven't even talked much about the lawsuit because everyone has to death. But we don't know, again, what if Osterine is the reason Ryan won. I mean, maybe it is, but that's hard to prove. So Devin, I mean, Devin does deserve credit for a lot of things. So, I mean, going to Australia, yes, we can talk about Kambosos being a weak champion, but there was a legit chance he could have got robbed. So he did go there as the B side. Kambosos is the one who got overpaid, and Devin had to take a bit of the short end, but he has taken risks in his career. And like I said, one of the reasons why I feel Devin gets a lot of criticism is because of the hype behind him, which, again, not a bad thing. But a lot of fans say, well, okay, if all this hype is genuine, then we're kind of expecting ABC. So I was just responding to a bunch of points he made. I agree with some of them. And Devin, well, as far as does he want to carry on if he loses, that's all up in the air. I mean, one of the things I was going to say in a later show, but I'll just quickly say here, great fighters are they're either able to dominate for long periods where they're damn near untouchable, or they come back when you don't expect them to. Like if most people, I mean, I would have written Roberto Duran off after the loss to Kirkland Lang, which was after the Benitez loss, which was after the no mask fight. So given what he achieved after that, I mean, he proved us wrong multiple times. That's why he is as great as he is. Everybody wrote Ali off against Foreman. and everybody wrote Foreman off against Mora. So Devin and I threw the name Teo in there. These guys, even if they lose, they can come back, but it's the likelihood, and you think, well, okay, how much can they adapt to losing? So we'll see. Devin can definitely, he's definitely got a lot more to prove, and yeah, he can improve, but I mean, until we see it, everybody's got questions about it. So,
yeah, I agree. Echo.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't even know where we are right now. We came back. Blue brought it back to Devin and
Here's Morgan.
To Devin. Yeah, I'm definitely trying to be on my Pierce Morgan, man. Shout out to Pierce Morgan, man. That dude is an animal, bro. What I've seen him do between Conor Benn and Chris Eubank, man, for the ages. What a talent that guy is. I mean, I watch a lot of stuff anyway, but as far as boxing, what he brought to that face off was amazing. But yeah, man, it is what it is, man. I brought up the topic. It looks like it was a good topic. It looks like everybody enjoyed it a lot. Everybody has perspective on what it is. But once again, we can build on what Devin Haney's done, and Bill and Devin's done together, and they've done a lot of great things. But the reality is, in the present moment right now, this fight does seem to have a whole lot of weight on it. This fight with Jose Ramirez may be the most important fight in Devin Haney's career up until this point, until he fights Ryan Garcia again, right? This is make it or barbecue or mildew. If he wins this fight and does what I believe he will win this fight, I don't think we'll have to test any of these theories that we're talking about. But on the back end of a loss, man, I don't know, man. We're just gonna have to see how it plays out. Yes, Numas Mile, yes, 154 Jamel. That is what we're talking about.
I already gave my thoughts on that, so I've got So we'll go to Echo.
It is what it is, and actually, your thoughts is only one really needed. I think Ray's already spoken on it as well, and I'm pretty sure Echo's spoken on it as well. Also, do we want to talk about Keyshawn Davis and this De Los Santos situation? And I think the question I'm going to put out right now across the panel, we could talk about it, is Keyshawn Davis, as far as his status at 135 pounds, is Keyshawn Davis on the road to becoming the most must-see fighter at 135 pounds? Is he taking away from Shakur Stevenson right now? Is this causing an issue that they're going to have a common opponent in Edwin De Los Santos? And if Keyshawn stops Edwin De Los Santos and puts that performance out that he's been putting out, if he stays consistent with the performance he's been putting out, stopping these fighters, is Keyshawn Davis taking the reins at 135 pounds? And I think Echo's already spoken on. I don't know if Echo, do you want to speak on it real quick? Because you've been kind of waiting back in the quiet, or?
Yeah, I think he's on a roll now, Keyshawn Davis, and he wants to fight everybody. He really does. But if he did beat that guy and he knocked him out, De Los Santos, that would be a big statement, and the fans would be clamoring for that fight with Shakur, regardless whether they're friends or not. Because if you have one guy that basically beat him on points, obviously had a bad hand, but there wasn't really an engaging fight. And if Keyshawn blows him out of the water in 1 round, 2 rounds, they're going to call for that fight for sure. The fans don't care about friendship. The fans won't care about the friendship.
Yeah, he'll either have to get out the division or something might have to happen. Fight Sports, where you at with it when it's Keyshawn Edwin De Los Santos fight and the impact of a real dominating victory by Keyshawn Davis? What does this do at 135, and who is Keyshawn Davis right now in your eyes? How are you looking at Keyshawn at 135 right now?
I love it. I think Keyshawn is on his way to possibly becoming the biggest or the next big star in the division, because Teo left, Haney left, Garcia moved up. Tank is, well, we'll wait and see what Tank's going to do. He's got a lot to prove against Roach. But yeah, Davis, here's the thing. He got a short ride to the belt, and he had an easy win. Good for him. Now we're going to find out how good he is against the other top guys. Now, the problem is that most of the top guys are booked up. Davis has got Roach, Lomachenko, I've been saying it all year. I feel that he needs to just retire, and we're just waiting for him to do it, and he just can't bring himself to make the decision. Stevenson, he and Zepeda are gonna probably fight, and who knows when Stevenson comes back due to his hands. Muratalla's fighting Abdulaev. Cruz, I never felt they were going to go for the Cruz fight, Keyshawn's team, because why would they? I'd pick Cruz to beat him, and it's a high risk. It's a super high risk, low reward fight because Cruz isn't a big star or a big name, so why give him that opportunity? Martin's moved up. Barinchyk, I mean, he just whooped him. And Farmer, he's fighting Zepeda. So there really was no one in the top 10 of the ring rankings. So De Los Santos actually makes the most sense. And it's obviously a fight which Keyshawn should win. But I think he'll be, excuse me, I think Keyshawn will be challenged more than he was against Barinchyk, which isn't saying much. But I think he'll have a chance to look good and maybe be challenged a bit. And he's an exciting fighter, so that's all a good thing. And again, the Tank fight, I don't want to get my hopes up about Tank fighting one of the other champions because he's never done it. Loma, again, I'd like Loma to retire. Shakur Davis, I mean, are we going to see friends fight? Who knows? So a lot of interesting fights, and yeah, Keyshawn, he is the biggest, for me at least. He is the big news in the division. I want to see him in good fights. So we all want to see him in good fights. And De Los Santos, he doesn't deserve a shot at the belt, but based on circumstances, it actually kind of makes sense. So yeah, so I'm cool with it.
Yeah, I love it. Guys, we're getting to that time mark. I ain't gonna lie, man. Time flies, man. I swear, man. Damn near 4 hours right now, man. It just goes, man. It really does, man. I love talking about this boxing, man. I don't even think about the time, and then you just look up and all of a sudden it's like, oh, what? You know what I mean? It is what it is. I swear it's like that every time. You just look up and it's like, when did that happen? How, you know what I mean? It is what it is. But man, the show was good today, man. We talked about a lot of good topics, man. I think the Devin Haney situation was something I wanted to talk about. Wanted to have an objective conversation. I think I achieved it to a degree. I know some people might feel like, man, Clay just kind of turned on Devin. What happened? It's not about that, man. It's about thought stimulation. It's about, you know what I mean? It's about thought stimulation and having real conversations about real things. Outside of whatever your personal feelings are, just trying your best to be objective about dealing with something that's in reality happening in front of you, whether you want it to or you don't want it to, right? This is part of the game that we play. When you gamble, it's all great when you win. The pros are always there. And whenever the pros, those boxes are being checked on the pro side, it seems like duh. But you know, the cons are, you know, what if it doesn't work your way? What if it doesn't move the way that you want it to move? And you know, questions are there for Devin Haney and Bill Haney as far as, if this doesn't move in the direction that they want it to move, what are they willing to do to get it back? Are they willing to build it back up? They've been independent from the beginning. They've done a great job. They've gotten a lot of money based off the idea of being independent. But the bad thing about being independent is once your market value goes down a little bit, all these promoters that you've been kind of like leveraging your independence on and your star power and your championships and everything you've been leveraging on them, now they kind of have the upper hand and they're able to play the game the opposite way, right? They get to say, nah, yeah, well, now it's kind of our turn and we're not going to pay you the way we were paying you before. Now we're going to kind of, dare I say, get you back, be petty, or, you know, what some people might just say capitalism and business might put you on the opposite side of where it looks like you're being blackballed, but you know, in reality, did you earn it? Did you kind of put yourself in a position to kind of get treated that way? Because when you bet on yourself, you can double up, but then again, you can lose everything you put in. That's what happens when you gamble. It's part of the game. You know what I mean? We'll always hope and God, like I said, inshallah and God willing, Devin Haney comes out on the other side of this victorious, and he gets an opportunity to redeem himself for his own personal purposes against Ryan Garcia and get back in his winning ways and get back in his paydays. We'll watch it though, and we'll talk about it as it happens here for sure.
And one more thing, I just do want to touch base on it, Clay. You're 100% right. But again, like I said, I think that the reason why they pursued the championships and they always pursued the big fights is to make money. Yes, absolutely. What fighter doesn't fight because of prize money? That's what they do. They represent themselves for the bag, right? But they actually go to fight for the belts. Devin Haney is well spoken and always been out there with Bill saying that they want the best, the fight the best, and they want the title. They want to be champion. They want to reign supreme. They want to prove that they're the best in the division. It wasn't always about the money. They figured that the money comes with the title. It comes with the star status of beating every other fighter in the division. They've called out fighters. They've been told to call out. They've been told that 50%. 50-50, whatever. So they have tried to fight other fighters that were at the top of the game in the division at 135. They moved to 140 and they take a challenge. Unfortunately, they were asked to fight Arnold Barbosa, and that didn't happen. So everyone believes that he stepped down. He tried to fight Teofimo. I mean, look at the opportunities that have been, and he was offered $20 million for the fight to fight Teo. I mean, that's what they were asking for. That was crazy. So the gentleman has always tried to fight for the titles. You know what I mean? He's always tried to unify. He's always tried to be the best. And when he moved that needle one time, I think after the 20 million argument, right? He moved the needle and said, you know what? Then I'm fighting for the bag because everybody wants this money. And if they're going to tell me I got to pay all this money, then I need to go fight for the bag as well. And there's nothing wrong with that. I also sent the chat, the point where Bob Arum, it's actually in the private chat. I sent the video, the clip of when Bob Arum said, you signed with the wrong promotional company. You know, you should have signed with us. And he did say that. And it was backed by Teofimo, who actually later said he's never going to get the fights. He's blackballed. He was on a record of saying that and said, you know, why would I fight Devin Haney? He went on other points to say that, you know, Devin Haney is who he is, and we're never going to give him a shot. You'll never see Devin Haney be champion. Mark my words, that's what Teofimo said. It's on recording, it's on wax. And at this point, Devin Haney has proved all naysayers wrong. Why shouldn't he go out there and ask for the money back to proving everyone wrong? You know what I mean? And then when he feels cheated, he gets exactly what people were always expecting: the hate, because they hated him from then and they hate him even more now because he has the success, the lineage of success of being at the top of the echelon of the sport in his divisions. So, I mean, he's still number one at 140 at BoxRec. So, I mean, he definitely has done his thing. And I get it. You know what I mean? Like I said, people are going to question it, and it is what it is.
Yeah. And once again, we can build, you know, and I'm not pushing back at what you're saying. I agree with everything you're saying, right? But I don't think there's anything wrong with what Devin Haney and Bill Haney did as far as how they approach the game. I don't think so. What I am saying, though, is their approach put them in a position to where on the back end of a loss, of a back-to-back loss, it hurt. It could have adversely hurt them. The same way it benefited them in a great way while they were doing it. Here we are in a position right now to where on the back end of a loss to Jose Ramirez right now, a reset would be really a big deal to them. And, you know, you gamble for the win, but you gamble knowing there's a loss that could be there as well if you don't win. And they might be reaping the fruit, you know, from that, depending on however you want to look at it. I know Fight Sports, you were trying to get into it, so go ahead, family.
Yes. First of all, guys, I just want to ask, you guys are on Eastern time, right? Or
yes, sir.
So in terms of when you start, I'm only asking just because it's first thing in the morning here in New Zealand. Do you guys? No, not quite. It was. Well, actually, no. You guys. That's the thing. You guys started 4 a.m. here, so I can't get up that early.
Oh, really?
But so
wow.
Oh well, that was going to be my question. If you start at 10, it's 4 a.m. here. If you start at 11, it's 5. So do you guys just start between 10 and 11? It's just in between there. You guys start whenever you.
I try my best to be at 10:45, but a lot of the times it ends up being 11. Honestly, it's my phone get more consistent. But you know, no later than 11:15 on a worst day. That's a horrible day. But more than likely 10:45 to 11 in that time frame in the morning. But I'm be real with you. I am considering doing like a very late show once a week, like maybe like 10 o'clock, you know what I mean? 10:30-ish in the evening on Eastern Standard Time. You know what I'm saying? One night a week. I'm considering doing that, which I think that probably work a lot better with your schedule. Potentially. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. But like I said, I can do these early morning ones. It's just the closer you guys start to 10, that's why I missed yesterday, and that's why I'm called in late. But anyway, man, it's I'll do I got to get my ass out of bed earlier, so I'm going to do that.
We
but
appreciate having you up here, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. It's awesome having you up here, bro. You always have great input and a lot of contribution to the content on the channel, man. I appreciate you all the time. Always good to see you come around.
Yeah, thank you guys. Great. You guys, like I said, you guys run an excellent show, and yeah, I'm so happy I get to come on regularly. Just to first of all, Ray, I saw the the reaction I had when that happened, when Bob Arum said that incredibly stupid thing was, wait, didn't Bob Arum just have Bob Arum had a hissy fit about Al Heyman holding Errol Spence away from Terence Crawford, saying, "Well, you're on the wrong side of the street." I thought this is the same. Like I wanted to tear my hair out when he said that. And this is a conversation for maybe tomorrow. I feel Turkey Al Sheikh is doing a similar thing with this David Benavidez Bivol situation, and I'm not going to defend that, but that's for another day. All of everything you said, I could completely agree with, and I agree with a lot of what Blue Blood said. When guys are independent, the industry hates that they can't control fighters. I mean, Bernard Hopkins got it as well. And again, I feel the guy who's had to deal with the most unfairness would be Usyk. But they all get it. Crawford gets it, Canelo gets it, and now Devin Haney gets it. And I mean, in terms of what he's going to be able to prove. And I said the same thing about Kambosos, who's still fighting. When these guys make the millions and they're still getting back in there, that shows desire. Desire can only take you so far. Skills matter, and we'll see what Devin can bring to the table. But yeah, there's tons of anticipation there, and I'm interested because the guy has taken risks. He's also taken soft touches, or I wouldn't even say soft touches. He's had his tough fights and he's had his easy fights, but that goes for every fighter. But because the spotlight was, I mean, you guys would know way better than me, being in the States, because the spotlight was put on him as the new Floyd Mayweather from such a young age. That's, I mean, that is like saying, oh man, this guy's the next Shaq. So it's that's where the big hype comes in, and we'll see. But anyway, thanks for having me on, guys. Always a pleasure, and I look forward to being on tomorrow. And salute to everyone. Catch you later.
No doubt, brother. Salute to you. Hey, Echo, you want to close out with anything?
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm looking forward to seeing Jamel come back. I really believe he was the king of the division, and he didn't lose the title. So I'm looking forward to seeing him come back because I think he's an excellent fighter. Yes, but this thing about the great, people calling people great, that gets bandied around too much nowadays, and they're not great. That's the problem. And this is my issue, because I really know the history, so I can, it's not the same as just winning a title and whatever. And also, you've got the 4 divisions, like the 4 belts. Okay, back in the day when you had one champion, they already gone through those people that could have been an IBF or a WBO or WBC champion. They cleaned the division out, just like Murderers Row. They cleared each other out. Just imagine if they were around now, and they would have held all those belts.
Right.
And they would have all lost as well, because they all lost to each other. Lytle, Aaron Wade, all those guys lost. Kid Coco, they all lost to each other. They did.
Yes, sir.
Sir. So I'm just happy that that boxing's doing well now, and I'm looking forward to Jamel come back. I am. So I was a fan of his. I was a fan.
Definitely, me too, man. I'm definitely interested in seeing what comes back. I just don't know what comes back, right? I just don't know. I just don't know yet. I got to see what comes back. You know what I mean? Excited. It's intriguing, right? Because it's like, I just, you know, I want to see what he looks like. But, you know, that I just believe this division at 154 pounds right now, it's going to take some, some drive. It's going to take some some meanness. I need to see, you know, just for example, Jamel was very laid back in the Canelo Alvarez press conference. We're used to that angry, like, you challenge me, I hate you for challenging me. Just that passionate, emotional. My camera just went out. That passionate, emotional version of Jamel that was missing in that fight. You know, I'm interested in seeing what who ends up coming back this time around. So we'll see. It is what it is.
I'm interested in Haney as well. See what he can do.
100%.
Yeah. Whether he wins or not, I don't know. To be honest, I don't really care who wins any fights now. I just want to see good fights.
Good fights.
I've passed being a fanboy of anybody. You know,
exactly.
I was like Ray. I was a big fan of Sugar Ray.
Mm-hmm.
And all the Fab Four. You know,
I ain't put it up yet.
Say it again, Ray.
I said I got his poster. I ain't put it up yet. I got a few of his posters.
I was a fan of all those guys, you know. I was a fan of all those guys. You know, Tommy Hearns, Hagler, Duran, Wilfred Benitez, Hector Camacho. But I can go right back to the people I liked as well. But nowadays, people are just, you know, enamored by people that just talk a load of shit and, you know, and cause trouble and you know what I mean? There's lots of race baiting now. People just love that as well, and they make it's just ridiculous. You know what I mean? And also they're making, you know, a video about it, and not the boxing. You know,
right.
It's okay to talk about it and just say, "What do you think about this?" But not make a 3-hour video about something so negative. It's just not. It's not important. Really,
1,000%.
That's for another thing, you know. But I'm just happy I've got the chance to talk to you guys and come on these kind of talks and whatever and share share views. I'm just happy. You guys doing a great job. I keep saying that every time I leave, but you are. Trust me.
So
I appreciate it. And every time you say it, I love it, man. So don't stop saying it, man. We need the motivation, and it helps push forward. I'm hoping to, you know, I hope all the time, man. You know, I always hope that it catches the right kind of energy and that people can become more interested in boxing. You know, in the conversations about boxing on a broad spectrum, can have objective conversations and really just talk about the sport in a way that's not so personal, but more so, you know, shows and represents our love for the sport and not turning it into, you know, something toxic and weird and cringe at times, you know, at times.
There's been enough toxicity, you know, about, you know, certain things. You know, people talk, like I said, the racism going back right to the 20s and, you know, Jack Johnson times or whatever, you know, all that. We don't need to bring this back here now.
Yes, sir.
You know, it should never be in boxing, you know. So I'm just happy that, you know, we've got good fights on the horizon, you know, and hopefully we can look forward to the future. I'm an historian. I can look back at what I know. But I can't keep... If you're driving a car, you don't just look back all the time in the rear view mirror. You've got to keep your eye on the road. So I'm looking forward as well. But sometimes I see so much shit going on that it doesn't make you feel really good about the prospect sometimes.
Yeah, man. We got to do that. I actually have an idea of something I want to do also on the historical level, just on the historian level for you and for Blood and kind of just to kind of like boxing Bruce Gas and boxing Kangaroo, but you know, just a segment, you know, maybe one, you know, like maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes worth of just kind of like going into something historical, you know what I mean? Or I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I brought it up kind of prematurely, something I've been thinking about, but it is going to come up. I've got your contact information. I know how to
you know how to contact me anyway.
Got your phone number. Yeah. So
That would be a
And
segment for Clay.
the thing is,
Kind of prematurely
a
spoke
lot of
about
people
it.
don't know the
I shouldn't
boxing.
Right. Even Ross Clark can go into that conversation, Clay, and you could just have it. I'm telling you, have like a 2-hour segment on Clay's Corner. I'm telling you, that'll
Yeah,
rock.
Rascott's very knowledgeable as well. And you've got people like John Martinez, who's very knowledgeable as well. There's quite a few, you know what I mean, that I personally spoke to, like Blood Boxing. He's very knowledgeable.
Right.
Oh
you
yeah.
know.
Oh yeah. I might do it on Clay's Corner or something like that, and just have a real good segment. See if that can cross over into the boxing space just needs a recalibration. You know what I'm saying? To have a love for the sport, to understand, and just have some perspective on where the boxing fan today seems to be at war with the boxing fan of yesterday, right? Where the boxing fan of yesterday has expectation and understanding of the sport in a way that they hold to a high standard, especially the great fighters, the quote unquote great fighters of today that aren't necessarily checking all the boxes to understand where that comes from.
They're not. They're definitely not.
Right. And just try
And
to
if you
build
know
that
the real
bridge,
history,
man, build the love for the sport.
if you know the real history, Clay, you would. I'm on about the real history.
Yes, sir.
The details. I mean, I can talk about boxing going right back to 1743 when the rules were done. I can give you 100 dates, 1,000 dates of boxing fights that I know personally. Without no Google or nothing, I can do it now. Even just talking now, I don't need to look at no Google.
I know. When it comes to you guys, man, like you and Blood, man, you guys are just like have a wealth.
Blood boxing is very knowledgeable. Blood boxing is very knowledgeable. Yes.
Yeah, it
very
is what it
knowledgeable. Anyway, I'll let you go. It's been great to talk to you, and let me know when you want to do that. I'll do my best to drop by.
I will. I'm going to contact you via WhatsApp when I put it together. It's
Sure.
I want to do.
You can give Ray my number as well if he wants to talk to me.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I'll pass it over. It's you got WhatsApp. Ray got WhatsApp, man, for sure.
Yeah, I got WhatsApp. Absolutely.
Ray,
it's something I might want to do like once a month, maybe, or maybe like something epic. Like I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to figure out how to do it on a segment level, but I think we can do something and kind of bring some bring some passion back into the love of this sport, man. And there's a present, like I said earlier, man. The today fan of boxing and the yesterday fan of boxing are bumping heads too much. And in order for the sport to get where it needs to be, we need to all have some unity of some sort that brings us together at one common ground that allows the respect to be there to allow sport to grow back to its heyday.
Right. In order to appreciate where you're going, you got to appreciate where you've come from.
Right. And that's what I was saying. It has to get back to great fights, the best fighting the best. If we're not getting, you know what I mean? I mean, just taking it. I think streaming, all these free streaming things that are about to pop off, maybe even with Turkey's thing, Netflix, and whatever happens with the other networks, it should help. I even heard HBO is probably looking to tap back in with the streaming service. That'd be great. Maybe that's where Top Rank goes. We still want a whirlwind of what happens with Top Rank. But putting it back on streaming and having it available to fans, like the Zone does, you can go on there on a Saturday night, Thursday night, and you get fights, whether you know these guys or not. Pro Box, doing it on YouTube. Those things help us as fans capture fights. Even people with lesser names, people with big names, whatever the card may be. BLK Prime. If we can all support boxing like we intend to, then it all becomes something. Now, I know streaming services cost money, whatever the case may be. Maybe they can work something out where they can start putting it on free networks. That's all on contractual agreements because money has to be made to the people that are putting on the fights. I get it. But at the end of the day, we have to acknowledge, like you said, echo where we came from. And a lot of people don't. All they know is names. All they know is knockouts. All they know is excitement. You can ask anyone who was Shane Mosley's best opponent, right? You can ask anyone who was Miguel Cotto. And I mean, in some of these days, they don't know who Cotto is. They don't I think you asked a question the other day. I was watching the show. He goes, "Who was Canelo's best opponent?" I literally said it's between Triple G and Cotto. I really do. I think that he won against, right? not including Floyd, but it was like, who is his best win? And I was like, it's between Triple G and Cotto. I think hands down, Triple G was tough because there was some questions, some asterisks there. But as far as Cotto was a little older in the game. He already had a couple of hiccups there, here and there, but he still was a legitimate fighter, in my opinion. What bothers me is Canelo never took on the Sergio Martinez's, right? Which was called Canelo out. He never took on the Wiggy Rights. You know, those are the guys that we really wanted him to see. He didn't get to fight Paul Williams due to the accident and things of that nature. So we don't really know where he stood in the test of time at 154. We only know him as he fought the best at a certain point. So that's where the money picked up, because he fought Mayweather, the torch was passed, and he got it. And De La Hoya kind of picked up some of his fights. Then he went back over to PBC, then over to the Zone, then back to PBC, then back to the Zone, or now with Turkey. So it's all this line game for money, as Clay was alluding to earlier, that the money is taking over the sport. It's no longer so much of the belts. And I think where we're going with Turkey and his Fatal Fury thing, that may turn out to be something. It may be something that we all need to capture a clean eye on and see the best fight the best, because even the pound for pound number one, or former number one, wherever you guys want to rank Terrence Crawford, to a guy that was formerly known as the face of boxing, that is a great event. That's a fan favorite versus the boxer's favorite, right? So that puts a good fight together, and that's where we need boxing to be. We need the best to fight the best, and I think that captures more essence of boxing than anything. We don't care about this guy fighting a guy from 130, or this guy being a weight training bully, or whatever the case may be. That's all side antics. Boxing is boxing. You need to get to the game and stick there.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah,
no
I
doubt.
agree with everything you said there, for sure.
All right, fellas. It's about that time, man.
You take it easy. Have a good day, guys.
No doubt.
Thanks for inviting me on and to talk. You take care. Bye-bye.
Yes, sir.
Ray, just send me a message and just say it's Ray. That's all.
Yes, okay. I will.
Okay, take it easy. Bye. Bye.
So yeah, man, Ray, we just did it again. Another one. This was a good one, man. This was a good one. This was a good one. I know it was a topic, but guys, you know what I mean? Shout out to everybody who's still in here. Be prepared for that, bro. I'm good for it. I'm easily devil's advocate. I'll do it quickly. It's nothing for me. Right. I'll jump on. I can be on either sides of a conversation, but when it comes to the actual, and it's not, and I wasn't defending one way or another, but I definitely was speaking to the elephant in the room. And once again, just to kind of close out for myself, to say that the elephant in the room is that there's standards for fighters, different standards for different fighters for whatever reason. We can say it's racial, or we can say whatever it is, but whatever the reason behind it is it doesn't change the reality of the present situation. And the present situation is that fighters like Devin Haney, independent-minded fighters who fight on legacy, who push and stand on their own principles, look good when they're winning. But the people who don't want to see them stand on those principles and don't want to see them represent the sport that way and inspire other fighters to move in the same way as them, because it kind of hurts them, which I would have to think is the promoters. When they see an opportunity to, they're going to strike. And Devin's in the situation right now to where he's been able to capitalize off of his mentality. But right now, a fight against Jose Ramirez holds more weight on it than I think most people want to understand, because of the position he put himself in, being independent and gambling and betting on himself. What's ultimately ended up happening is the promoters don't want to see him succeed. And on the back of a loss to Jose Ramirez, he's going to have to figure out a lot of things. So cheer him on, boo him, whatever it is you choose to do, but also understand the real ramifications for what, from how he's moved and for how the boxing space has embraced his independence and looked at him being independent and not maybe acknowledged about how much weight it holds for boxing in general.
Right.
Pretty much where I land my plane. I'll let you close it out, Ray, as you usually do.
Absolutely. I mean, being able to bring up such great content today and talk about the, like you said, the elephants in the room. I mean, we got the fight with De Los Santos and Keyshawn Davis on the brinks. We got Jamel with his fight video saying he's back. And the fact that we don't even bring up Devin Haney as much, or we don't bring up Gervonta Davis unless warranted, or at a sporadic, just, hey, let's talk about this topic because it's something that's going on. And it brings energy to the room because people have these things on a daily basis. They continue to talk about these things, so it's fresh on their mind. So when it's a channel like ours where we try to talk about the boxing aspect and what's going on week to week in boxing, to bring something in like this, sometimes it is, as you would say, stirs the pot. That's what Clay's thing is. He likes to stir the pot. So it stirs the pot and it brings action to the crowd. It makes people want to participate more and give their opinions because it's all a lot of fresh things on their mind. I'm glad of the opinions that we got, the pushbacks and things of that nature. But it seems that we have gotten some answers and where people understand boxing and what we would like to see in boxing, and recognizing and understanding who certain fighters are. By the source of that, I like to say, shout out to 2 Cents and shout out to Fight Sports Talk, shout out to Boxing Hacker, Echo, Coach Eddie, Blue Blood Sports for joining the panel today. We had 2 others that were on here. Mr. Brown was on here, and was somebody else. But just shout out to them in regards of being able to participate and give great knowledge to things that we weren't even looking to do. But it gave us information to build on. It gave us some food for thought. And that's what it is with all the conversations in boxing. Having food for thought, able to build with each other without killing each other, without having to have a debate and scream over each other and make different topics where you're looking very childish. You know what I mean? And I'm not knocking anybody for what they do. That's how you run your show. You run your show. But it looks better at the end of the day, Clay, when you can build and have responses that are warranted and accepted by the person that's doing speaking or questioning. It helps. And this is what boxing channels need. This is what boxing needs. This is what the sport's about. Competitive nature. You know what I mean?
Yeah, all the above, man. All the above, man. Shout out to Knockout Boxing too. He came in earlier. He shot it. He put a quick little message in and dipped out. Knockout came in. He put his little 2 cents in there and left. Real good contribution, man.
Shout out to Knockout.
It was earlier. Yeah, Knockout came by earlier, man. Yeah, man. Feel free to come by, man, and build in the space, man. We appreciate it. Shout out to everybody who showed up in the building. Shout out to everybody in the super chat today. I believe Freedom March pretty much sponsored the channel today. Freedom's March put a lot of super chats in there. I appreciate the pushback and the content, man. Always embracing and it's always welcomed here, man. Thank you.
Right.
To the next one, guys. You know how it is, man. It's that ATP Combat Media Show with your boy Clay Moraine. It's that guy, Ray Davis. Until the next one.
Yeah.
They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way up, way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Water all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight. Yeah, I had to ball, so I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out. Yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly.